All right, we ready, y'all. Thank you for your patience. I hope that got good to you.
Happened years ago, like 9
Let's
years
jump
ago, to be
in.
exact. And Bana was taking a lot of substances. The judge said, thank God she got sober. I love this judge. I do. He gets on my nerves and he needs to definitely be more open and transparent, but I do like him. He's like, thank God she got sober, girl. Can we all agree? Mr. Steele also moved for a mistrial. Brian Steele. The judge said, yeah, but he said he was going to move on from that. Y'all, breaking news. Under seal, the assistant U.S. attorney, the government has filed to strike one of the jurors.
A what?
Breaking news. Not that breaking.
The one that fell asleep
minutes ago. The government under seal has moved to strike one of the jurors, juror number 6. However, the judge says, look, Alexandra Shapiro, we object. Diddy's lawyers don't want this juror to be struck. I bet they don't. It's probably the one that was nodding and everything. I knew that the government, remember whenever I talked about it, I said, y'all just rest easy. Because if YouTubers and bloggers are watching the jury act a fool in there, I guarantee you and promise you, the prosecutors see it happening too. Remember when I told y'all that?
I'm going to jump us into the live.
If these jurors are in there high-fiving and slap-assing and doing all of that, like what it's being reported, I guarantee you the prosecutor. Put a 222 in the chat if you remember me saying that. And from the best of what I could tell, because everything's all under damn seal, that appears to be what's.
If there's any issue with this coming through, if it's not clear, if it's choppy or anything like that, please let me know in the comments and I'll do some troubleshooting in the background because something's going on with the internet tonight. And I've restarted everything, so I think it's really weird. But just give me some feedback, y'all. Y'all are my super producers.
Where's it going to be heard? Where's everyone going to be heard? Because it's like a secret court in the back rooms and then the court for the public. Like what is really going on here? What in the deep state hell? Y'all got me believing in conspiracy theories. Okay, anyway, so
like that. I see that. I don't know why that's happening. I do not know why. That's so weird. Hold on, let me troubleshoot that. Give me a second. I don't know what's going on. I might need to restart the show. We'll see. Just bear with me for a second. I know what's wrong. Let me turn on my VPN. I love Korea. Give me a second. Give me 1 minute. I know exactly what's going on. I think I know. I'm going to turn on my VPN real quick. Just a moment. Oh, I gotta turn it off. Okay. That's what it was, I think. Hold on. Hang in there with me. Watch Jack Right sell some more pussy. Hold on.
I bet y'all won't be paying no lawyers' fees and we got a pocket full of money. I'm not going to allow the enemy of anybody to steal my money. The devil don't steal nothing from you. You give that shit away. So yeah, that's what she doing. And that shit backfired like a mug because she ugly.
I'm on Instagram right now.
Now she done told the nigga she lied.
My family is in need, friend.
Her family.
We ain't got nothing to eat.
We ain't seen none of these
money.
people.
I got $5.
Friend.
I know
I
I
got
can't feed my whole
$5.
family with $5. Can you help me out?
Now she didn't have $5 for 3 days.
I don't know. I mean, can
Have
we
you
come
ever
to
been
some
able to
kind
hold
of
on to
arrangement?
Have you ever been able to hold on to $5 for 3 days? My coffee was $3.65 this morning, and I was lucky they accidentally made it cold, because then they made a hot one and gave me both for free. I made a video about that too. I just didn't post it. I make a lot of videos I don't post because the sound was bad. I was at IHOP tasting it, and for the record, I like the hot one better. Next time I get a drink at Starbucks that I like iced, I'm going to get it hot and ask for a cup of ice. Somebody already knew that though. I just learned that this morning.
And mean, sayings from Diddy talking about, is this coercion, before he slammed a pill down into the back of her throat. I mean, the violence, the threatening to release the tapes, the blackmail materials alleged, all of that. So now I do think it was a very well-rounded testimony.
Thank y'all for hanging in there.
Go back on some of the things
Think
that
we're
I had
good now.
said about Maureen Comey. I still think it is, she's pretty young for her to be in that position. But that being said, I mean, it was a masterful how, and an exercise in patience. I told y'all it's the amount of patience I don't have. I would have said, hi, hello, hi, thank you for joining us. And when was it that he kicked you in the head? I mean, that might have been my first question. Like, I just don't have that type of patience. But, each person is different. And that's probably why she stayed in the law and I lasted 5 minutes, because I can't nobody tell me what to do. I can't.
So let me just share with you something that was happening. Diddy's defense filed a motion for a mistrial based on all the holes they found in Bonna's testimony. We haven't talked about that together. Hopefully you know who that is. The judge said he was waiting for the prosecution to give a response, to that motion, and he would make a decision today. Apparently, based on what I can see, that a winter storm, yeah, that's the only way you're gonna hold $5 if you stuck at the house. Apparently he didn't move for the mistrial because they're still in court. Now what we will do when they take a break is go back to the beginning of her broadcast and see what actually happened together. Okay, I'll do my best to stay awake for to that point. Let's go.
Plus yesterday, a full, they're probably going to run long, because I really think Teeny Garagos is going to try and keep this lady up on the stand for a long time. Now, unfortunately, we don't get to see the masterclass that is Nicole Westmoreland. Now, I do think Nicole Westmoreland's probably going to hell. I mean, like, ethically, I don't know about her. However, tactically, strategically, intellectually, presentation, charismatic, all that, she's like a masterclass to watch. Or we can't watch her, but to see. Instead, we're getting Teeny Garagos, and I think she has cross-examined at least one other person, but she was the one who did do the opening. She did the opening statement for Diddy. She was the one that said she was honored
to be his attorney,
to represent this. She admitted he was a domestic abuser with a horrible temper. So, I mean,
that's crazy.
It's her honor to represent him. Now, this is also Mark Garagos' daughter, and Mark Garagos is all intertwined with Diddy as it is. He was mentioned all the way back in 2018 in Jonathan Oddie's now infamous interrogation. Mark Garagos was one of the two lawyers that Jonathan Oddie said, I was Diddy's sex slave. I caught a disease. And I sued him after I got a tape recording of our video. And after I sued him, then we settled. And the lawyer that we settled with, the name was two of them. One of them that wrote the papers up was named Mark Garagos. Everybody thought Jonathan Oddie was just full of schizophrenia and delusion.
He probably still is.
Not everybody. Some people believed it.
He's a little nutty.
Little by little, parts of what he has said have come to be true. Now, there's a whole side plot with that we could get into, but Mark Garagos is also out and about. He's very public. He's a very public lawyer. He represents the Menendez people in that trial. I mean, he's represented like very high profile cases. And even to this day, right now, he's representing high profile stuff. And he's a good lawyer. I mean, he gets stuff done, but this is her dad. He's also just all over social media talking about the Diddy case. He also, according to the prosecutors, chose some of these jurors or helped. He was a jury consultant helping to choose some of these jurors, but he never officially signed on to this case. Why not? Because his daughter's on the case.
Right.
And to round it all out, Mark Garagos ended up being out here talking about the Diddy case, running PR on his podcast that he has with Harvey Levin. Harvey Levin, the owner of TMZ. That's like seemingly like continuing to frame all of this as if it's just domestic violence. You see the conflict there? Like, Mark Garagos is Diddy's friend. His daughter is representing Diddy, which in and of itself is fine. But then he's out here running PR for Diddy, in my opinion, on his podcast with Harvey Levin. And he shouldn't be doing that, in my opinion.
It's a conflict of interest.
He's also, according to Jonathan Oddie, which take that for what it is. I don't know if it's true or not. I wasn't there. But Jonathan Oddie said that Mark Garagos has already been the one that's drafting up all these NDAs. Now we've heard about NDAs from at least one guy. The one
my God, that's crazy. The security guard.
Two people, from Jane Doe and also from
the security guard.
Garcia.
Yep, Eddie Garcia.
Enrique?
Eddie, my
what
angel.
was his name?
Eddie.
Enrique Santos and
Eddie Garcia.
Whoever the guy was that got paid off for the Intercontinental, gave him $100,000 and all that. That guy had to sign an NDA too.
Eddie, my angel.
So anyway, that's who it is. That's who's up here doing the cross-examination. The daughter of Mark Garagos, who's so proud and honored to represent Diddy. Okay. All right. Jane. Oh man, this is going to be rough. Because remember, if you don't know this, if you didn't follow along yesterday, if you haven't had a chance to keep up with yesterday's, this Jane Doe has testified that not only is Diddy paying for her rent still, but he's also paying for her lawyers, at least two of them. And she has met with these lawyers before. Like, at the beginning of all of this, Diddy probably thought
she might not be old enough to know about the Shine case, but never let Diddy pay for your lawyer. Okay.
Seemingly she has turned. So the first question is, Jane, we met before. Then you stopped meeting with the defense. That was your choice, right? Jane said, correct. I stopped meeting with y'all. I don't like y'all. Y'all stink. And you're testifying against Mr. Combs. Jane said, I'm testifying against him?
She's just testifying.
So there's a lot of ways that lawyers can like strategically handle it whenever a question gets turned back against them. Like a really common aggressive way is, I'm asking the questions, Miss Doe. Okay, but another common one is just completely ignore that a question was asked at all. And that appears to be what Teeny Garagos did. But Teeny starts off, it always gets off to a bumbling start whenever it's Garagos, Agnifilo, or Brian Steele. It's like they start out with these loaded questions and then the person's like,
you got the dates wrong and everything.
Or they start out with like an incorrect fact. Like, so you started being friends in 2004. And it's
no, 2012.
What? No, it's 2001. What are you talking about? Anyway, you're testifying against Mr. Combs. Jane goes, I'm testifying against him? She's like, all I'm doing is telling the truth, girl.
Right.
Anyway, then Teeny goes, question, how many times did the prosecution prepare you on how to be cross-examined at this trial? Jane said 2, maybe 3 times, which is allowed. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just the way these defense lawyers will ask questions sometimes makes you feel like you're doing something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
How many times did you prep? I've been prepping for the last 3 months, girl. What you talking about? Nothing wrong with that. But I can understand like why a alleged victim witness might just think, oh, was I not supposed to do that or something, like just to get you kind of on the stand. And we already know this particular witness has been crying, sobbing, breaking down, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. And they granted you immunity at the grand jury. So she did get granted immunity.
I was wondering about that.
I need to start writing some questions down because I'm going to ask My
What's
teacher.
her immunity for?
Let me just type it down in my notes app.
When she takes a little break in a second, I'm going to actually reconnect my internet. But I'm going to ask you guys to hang in there for me while I do that.
And they granted you immunity at the grand jury, right? And I don't know what that means. She said yes. I don't know if it's different to be granted immunity at the grand jury or you have to, because, like we've seen 3 different people come through here and be like, I plead the 5th, and then they got immunity.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I'm going to ask my teacher. He has agreed to come on here, but everything just moves so fast. Okay, so you said you had, yes, they granted me immunity at the grand jury. So I'm just going to retweet this too. Jane Doe says she was granted.
Don't forget your other parentheses. Don't forget your other parentheses. Okay. Damn, she did it already.
Yes. Okay, next question. You said you had regret about some of the choices you made with Mr. Combs. My girl. Jane said, if you have where I said that, I would be more than happy to look at that with you, Teeny. Look, if you have it, I'd love to look at it with you. She's like, I don't remember what I said, girl. Where did I say that? Okay, question. Your choice to participate in that lifestyle for many years, and you did not want to break up with him, right? I did not want to. Question. You had relations with other men for years. Jane said, I resent that emotional control. I was hooked from the start. There was pressure to perform these acts that my lover desired.
Wow.
Teeny said, you used the word partner again and again on direct examination. He was your partner? Jane said, yeah. And you said that you've had trouble answering even for yourself why you had relations with these men? Yeah. Are you in therapy now? Yes. Do you love Mr. Combs? She said, I love to spend time with my partner. Well, that doesn't really answer the question.
She loved
You wanted to cuddle with him?
She loves what she wanted with him.
Jane said, yeah, and give him foot rubs. I love to bathe him. And we watch so she would bathe him.
It sound like it's all about him. He sounded like a big
favorite show. So she liked all that stuff. She liked giving him foot rubs.
She was babysitting.
She liked cuddling. She liked bathing him.
She
liked watching his favorite show. Sound like he wanted to put the baby oil and the pamper on.
Okay.
How he likes to be treated. I mean, a foot rub's fine. I think foot rubs are, whatever. Boy. But like bathing. I love to bathe
his
him.
Favorite show, all about him.
Which show was his favorite show? Dateline. Okay, everybody.
To Catch a Predator.
Breaking news. I was dying to know what was the favorite show.
To Catch a Predator.
Breaking news. Diddy's favorite show. Dateline.
Dateline.
I was like, what is it? Is it The Sopranos? Is it, whatever. Okay. Did you believe he was not doing this with anyone else? AKA, did you believe you were the only freak off partner? Jane said, yeah, during this time period. Okay, good. I'm going to introduce into the record these exhibits, whatever. Oh, wait, hold on. Excuse me. No, you would look at his messages. Okay. So, did you believe he was not doing this with anyone else, meaning the freak offs? And Jane said, yes, that is what I believed. And you would look at his messages? Jane said, yes, I would. He was vulnerable in those hotel rooms, and I would share that with him. It was conflicting because I was breaking all my boundaries so that he would feel loved.
That's what Cassie said too.
I was also reading about like the psychology of like cuckoldry and humiliation, stuff like that. And I found some really interesting stuff. I might do a BJ Investigates on it, but it's like, we're in a point now where it's like anybody that's not an expert having an opinion on anything is like, you get all these warnings and stupid things. So I don't know if I will or not, but maybe I'll put it somewhere else. So Jane is like, I was vulnerable with him in these rooms, in these hotel rooms. I shared that with him. It was conflicting. And this is why I brought up like doing that research and looking into that stuff because, and it wasn't a lot of research. I just read a couple NIH studies or whatever. But it was like, if you want to control someone, a good way to do it is to humiliate them at the same time as you are sexually stimulating them. And apparently psychologically, like that actually has a very profound impact. And it does feel like conflicting to the people that experience it, apparently. Jane said I was breaking all my boundaries so that Diddy, would feel
Again, this is
loved.
not for kids, y'all. And
Diddy's lawyer said, and this brought y'all together. Jane said, yeah. Well, the, hooking up afterwards with him. That's really why I enjoyed it. So look, boom, it's
a sick relationship.
That's why they say, don't add, don't say more. Like if you can answer the question with yes or no, just say that, because look, now it's in the record enshrined forever that she enjoyed it. So now they can come back and say, but didn't you say, court reporter, please repeat back what she said at line, da 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 da. That's why I enjoyed it. Whenever if she would have just said yes, they wouldn't have her on the record saying she enjoyed it. Maybe she didn't say that verbatim. This is just a tweet thread. This isn't the transcript. And I'm not in the court. I don't know any more than y'all do. But yeah, so he was vulnerable in the hotel rooms. I shared that with him. It was conflicting. I was breaking all my boundaries just for him to feel loved. Question, this brought you two together? Well, yeah, me and him hooking up after, that's why I enjoyed it. And you tried to be very sexy to him in those rooms, did you not? Jane said, I think I was in those rooms sexy. Yes, I do. Because you're a beautiful woman. Did you choose the wardrobe? Jane said, initially he chose the wardrobe, but then eventually, yeah. Teeny said, and he liked baby oil, right? It turned him on. I think we've established that, Teeny.
So does Steve Harvey, apparently. Check out the breakdown playlist.
How old were you when you started your relationship with Diddy? 35 years old, which is an adult.
Yes, it is.
Even if Diddy is what?
50 something.
50 something or whatever. Like, yeah, it's an age gap. You could say what you want, but like 35 is a grown up. It's a grown woman.
One of R. Kelly's victims was in her 30s.
Unlike, starting to talk to Cassie when she was like 18, even though you're legally an adult, it's kind of more like,
where's the psychological age though?
I don't think they officially started dating though until Cassie was like 22. So just to put that out there. How old were you when you started your relationship with Diddy? 35. Now this is important for them to get on the jury's mind because of the reason I just said. It doesn't necessarily mean that what he did was good or right. However, it would be way worse if she was 16 when they met. You know what I mean?
Right.
If you don't know what I mean, then you're just truly not using common sense and you're being obtuse. So go away. Okay. So Garagos, of course, is going to want to humiliate this poor lady. What are some examples of your fantasy talk in those rooms?
Oh, God.
Jane said, well, he would have me and the entertainer be in a role play. A cheating role play. Ew. That Diddy left town. Oh, man, this doesn't help Diddy at all. Because a cheating role play, it does put them in a situation where it's like, okay, wait, Diddy is her boyfriend. Because that's the whole thing, right? People are saying like she knew she was a S worker. How could she have thought she was a girlfriend? But I mean, I guess if the role play is Diddy left town. How high were your heels? Jane said 6 to 7 inches.
6-inch heels.
Usually I only wear 3 or 4-inch heels, but he would have me wear these 6 to 7-inch, like, ripper heels.
I have 6-inch heels. That'll make me a
And
ripper.
next question.
Just
You
like
wanted your
high heels.
child to be closer to his father, but did the father see the child? Jane said, what does that have to do with this? Jane's
Exactly.
objecting.
Exactly.
Objection. What? Relevance?
Relevance, bitch.
You wanted your child to be closer. You wanted your child to be closer to your child's father, didn't you? But did he actually see his child? Jane said, what does that have to do with this? All right, let's go to CNN.
Okay, so the judge denied the prosecutor's request to what? Go back. So
Okay.
he did deny the motion for mistrial. Okay.
Let's start here so we don't miss anything. 1 hour, 9 minutes ago. There's only maybe 5 or so updates from CNN, but I want to make sure that we get all the context of everything that happened before the jury came in. The judge is back on the bench. Jane is expected to return to the stand to continue testifying soon. 1 hour, 5 minutes ago, judge denies defense motion for a mistrial. Okay. The defense submitted to move for a mistrial over the weekend. It was based on the testimony of Bana, which the defense attorneys say is demonstrably false. And it's not false enough. It's just like she got the date wrong.
Right.
It does create a reasonable doubt. It is a
She was on
good gotcha.
drugs.
It is a good mic drop moment,
She was
but it's
on
not
drugs.
mistrial worthy, in
She
my
was on
opinion.
over
And the judge
18
agreed.
drugs.
57 minutes ago, then the judge also denied prosecutors' request to recall expert witness
Dawn
Hughes for more testimony. The judge denied prosecutors' motion to recall Dawn Hughes. Earlier in the trial, Dawn Hughes, a clinical and forensic psychologist, testified in general terms about the behavior of people who are victims of domestic violence, SA, and traumatic stress. 29 minutes ago, the defense was not taking no for an answer. They were further explaining their mistrial motion, and they were accusing the witness of perjury.
She didn't perjure herself.
Alexandra Shapiro put further arguments on the record about the defense mistrial motion, which the judge denied this morning. You'll recall the motion was based on last week's testimony of Bana, which defense attorneys said was demonstrably false. Diddy's lawyer accused Bana of perjury and said the government knew or should have known that the alleged balcony altercation with Diddy could not have occurred at the time that Bana claims, because Diddy and Cassie were not in LA at that time. Bana had testified that Diddy held her over a 17-story balcony and threw her onto the balcony furniture of Cassie's apartment in LA, September 2016. Assistant U.S. Attorney Madison Smizer said Bana could have misremembered when she took the photos of her purported injuries, and that Bana testified she didn't remember all the details of the incident. So she did tell the truth on a stand, is what the feds were arguing. The judge ruled that the defense was not prejudiced by the testimony, in part because the defense was able, meaning Nicole Westmoreland, was able to conduct a vigorous cross-examination of Bana about the timing of the incident. The judge likened Nicole Westmoreland's cross-examination of Bana to a Perry Mason moment that he thought that the defense should be celebrating. What you complaining about? 35 minutes ago, Jane back on the stand. The jury is entering now. Defense attorney Teenie Garagos is beginning cross-examination. Jane acknowledges that she met the defense team but stopped speaking to it in April. Ooh, the month before the trial kicked off, she stopped talking to Diddy's lawyers. Kicking off the cross-examination of Jane, Teenie Garagos established with her that they've met several times. Jane, one of Diddy's accusers who's using a pseudonym and dated Diddy from 2021 to 2024, also acknowledged that she stopped speaking to defense in April, just before the trial, and she hasn't felt pressured by the defense. She also acknowledged that she feels her attorney is representing her well, despite Diddy being the one paying. Jane has not seen or spoken to Diddy since before he was arrested, September last year.
Right.
In New York.
That was who was staying in the hotel.
25 minutes ago, Jane, this is still CNN.com, Jane said she didn't understand the terms and conditions of her relationship with Diddy at first.
They had a
Terms
love
and
contract.
conditions. They put that in quotes, and that's because it is important.
They had a love
Terms and
contract.
conditions implies a contract,
Yep.
even though it is not, maybe strictly speaking, and it's up to a jury to decide. I don't know. Innocent until proven guilty. I don't know if it's a legally enforceable binding contract. But
Well,
the fact
they did have a love contract, a verbal contract that she would do certain things and go along with certain things sexually, and he would give her $10,000 a month, which ended up being him and his accountant making arrangements with her landlord to directly pay her rent of $10,000 a month.
defense attorney Teeny Garagos asked Jane if she regretted a lot of the choices she made throughout her relationship with Diddy. Quote, I resent him for leading me to the lifestyle he led me to.
I think she got some disease.
Teeny Garagos then suggested that Jane chose to participate in that lifestyle. Now, this is going to be the whole defense. You did this on purpose by your own free will,
Not according to the
and
text
you are a
message.
liar because you want money, you were on substances. This is going to be their whole defense.
According
Just
to the
prepare
text
for it.
message, she was
They're
not
going to
down.
continue to say, but didn't you choose that? But didn't you choose that? But you said you regretted your choices. Didn't you choose it? You could have said no. Why didn't you leave? Why didn't you say no? It's coming. This is what's coming. Okay. She said, Jane said, I mean, yeah, but those choices were, quote, made under a lot of emotional pressure.
Right.
Jane said she was hooked from the beginning of her relationship with Diddy, but she didn't really understand the terms and conditions
gave her a
of what
lot
the
of money.
relationship would be like. 12 minutes ago, quote, he was my baby.
Oh my.
Jane says she resents introduction to this lifestyle, but she does still love Diddy.
Ugh.
Jane testified under cross-examination that she resents the way that Diddy went about introducing her to the lifestyle that was built under a lot of emotional manipulation and pressure. But she also said she still loves him. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos took Jane through the routine after a hotel night. And this was one of the other things I read when I was reading about these, like,
Sorry, y'all. I just got a delivery of my groceries there at my front door. So I'm gonna let y'all listen to this for a second while I bring my food inside. I'll be right back.
clockwork, like not instinct, but like it's less actual like thinking about it, and it's more just routine. So Teeny Garagos, this is Diddy's lawyer, took Jane through the routine after a hotel night that Jane previously described on direct examination. A hotel night, Jane has previously described, were sexual encounters that generally included a male entertainer. Jane said she's very naturally nurturing, and she actually loved to take care of Diddy after a hotel night. Yes, he was my baby, she said. She said that she would give him foot massages and feed him and bathe him, and she would put on his favorite show, Dateline, and they would watch it until he fell asleep. She testified that she endured those hotel nights just to have that time together. 12 minutes ago, Jane said, I'm breaking all of my own boundaries just to make him feel extremely loved. She testified that she didn't want Diddy to feel judged during the hotel nights because it was a vulnerable moment. Quote, I felt that my partner was trusting me in a very vulnerable moment. And, well, so he made me believe that this was something really special. This was something only he and I did. And I really took that on very strongly, Jane said. She said she believed that while they were still together, she was the only woman he was having hotel nights with. She said she would go through his messages on his phone to make sure. She testified that she felt loved at the time because, quote, We experienced these things together and because they were really special to him. Quote, and as time went on, it was very conflicting for me internally because I'm breaking all of my own boundaries just to make him feel extremely loved, she added. Less than a minute ago, still CNN.com, Jane on EX. It was my choice to take it, but Diddy expected me to take it. Defense attorney Teeny Garrigo suggested that Jane chose to take the substances during hotel nights because it made her feel uninhibited and allowed her to play into Diddy's fantasies for several hours. Jane said, my choice to take it. I would say Diddy would offer me the EX and he would expect me to take it. When asked, Jane said, sexual encounters with or without entertainers usually involved role play with Diddy. So even when there was no entertainers there, there was still role play. During a hotel night, Diddy often directed Jane to play into a cheating fantasy with the entertainer, she testified. Diddy left town and I'm home alone with me and whoever. This is the fantasy. Diddy's out of town. I'm home alone with this entertainer. And I'm sneaking this entertainer in. And it's just me and this entertainer fantasy talking about Diddy is on a plane and I couldn't wait to get this entertainer all alone. When asked, Jane confirmed Diddy was aroused by giving directions to her and an entertainer during a hotel night. And also this creates a level of plausible deniability, like almost like if Diddy was ever going to be caught, if any of these tapes are ever going to get out, it really looks like the person is enjoying herself. It really looks like she's the one cheating on Diddy. What if he could delete himself out? Like, you know, he's not ever really on the videos from what I heard, but then maybe he was on some of them. Mostly it seems like he was recording other people.
Like that Kathy music video we saw.
Okay.
Just like that.
Let's go back to Inner City Press. The most recent tweet that we have is the thing about the child's father and seeing his father and all that. Like, you wanted your child. This is from the Inner City Press one. You wanted your child to be closer to your child's father, but did the father ever see the child? Jane said,
question.
What does that have to do with this?
Right.
Next question.
I wish she had that kind of common sense when she was dating him.
Who you fly weekly to Miami to see Diddy? Sometimes. Hold on. I think that might be supposed to be, would you fly weekly to Miami to see Mr. Combs? And then Jane said sometimes I would. Okay. Next question. We listened to 5 voice notes in which Diddy sounded angry. But he had sent you thousands of voice notes. Isn't that right?
Thousands.
Yes. Okay, cool. Why did you feel Diddy was larger than life?
Because he said he was.
She said something about a bright light. He introduced me to the gospel. Hold on.
The what? The what?
Who is the TV pastor Diddy introduced Jane to? Imagine he introduced you to the gospel and to the Lord, but he also introduced you to the freak offs. I mean, the conflicting what in the world?
Swallowed up.
He introduced me to the gospel. He had a favorite pastor. Is it TD Jakes? I just want to know. Is it TD Jakes? He had a favorite pastor. He would watch him on TV. And has that stayed with you? Jane said, yeah. Do you watch that pastor still today? Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. The judge is like, what are you talking about? Do you watch that pastor today? Moving on.
Difference doesn't make. Does she still watch Dateline?
How much did Diddy invest in your dress line? $20,000. Diddy Docket said her dress line or his dress line for her. And you know, he likes to create a new enterprise, you know, a new little business. Oh, look, congratulations to Inner City Press. He has gotten 100,000 followers on Twitter since the Diddy trial started. Shout out to him.
I don't know why my camera's frozen, y'all. It's a whole lot of
Okay, that was the most recent there, but we do have an update from CNN.
Okay, let me do this. While she's doing that, let me dump my my internet connection real quick. Hang in there with me, don't go away. But I'm gonna dump my my internet connection here in the studio. I dumped it for the whole house, but I didn't disconnect it here. So bear with me one moment while I do this. Hopefully you'll still be able to listen to the music or whatever, but this should take like 30 seconds at the most. I'll be right back.
Testified that Diddy, we'll just read all of them. Why not? Jane
Right,
returns
hopefully
to the
we're good
stand
now.
today. This is
Thank you, guys.
NBCnews.com. One of Diddy's former girlfriends is on the stand today for cross-examination. She's one of 4 alleged victims at the center of the prosecution's racketeering conspiracy. Remember, victim 3, she's just out of here. Her testimony, this is Jane, victim 2, is part of the government's effort to show that Diddy orchestrated a sprawling criminal enterprise to fulfill his sexual desires. Jane was visibly anguished during yesterday's testimony. On the stand yesterday, the witness's voice cracked as she told jurors about a night in 2023 when she said she was instructed to meet Diddy at the Trump International Hotel and Tower in New York and directed to have relations with a male escort. She wiped away tears as she recalled telling Diddy she did not want to have relations with other men anymore. She also sobbed as she recounted her reaction to Cassie's allegations against Diddy. So she was sobbing. Jane testified she had unalive ideation in her relationship with Diddy. She testified that she had those ideations at the end of 2023. And she actually told Diddy that she was going to unalive herself. In text messages, she told him she believed he would use and break her. She wrote to him that he was done with her and now she wanted to disalive.
Wow.
When Maureen Comey, the prosecutor, asked why she sent those texts, Jane cried so hard it was actually difficult to understand her answer. If you or someone you know is in crisis, call the Unalive and Crisis hotline on the screen.
Hold on, I'm resetting the quality so it's back to better. We are live, you guys. If you didn't think so, we are absolutely live and everything is happening right now in front of us. So thank you for hanging in there. I'm just taking our quality back up now that the internet is reconnected. Bear with me a hot second. I'll be right back.
Oh,
Yep, we're ready.
It was like reading her own SUL trauma. This is a little bit of the recap from yesterday. Jane, this is on today's live updates, but it's Diddy. Quote, I reacted like I can't believe I'm reading my own story. She said she fainted after learning about the November 2023 lawsuit. She also said she confronted Diddy around that same time in a text. Like right before Cassie's lawsuit came out, she confronted Diddy, apparently, allegedly. She said, I feel like I'm reading my own SUL trauma. In a recorded phone call days after the lawsuit was filed, Diddy pleaded for her support. I just needed to tell you I need your friendship. You know you ain't got to worry about anything else, baby. Please pray for me.
What I tell y'all,
Jane,
sound like R&B
I'll be
lyrics.
praying for you. I need your friendship.
Told
Some of the
you.
darkest times in my life. Court is now in session. This is an hour ago, marking day 20 of Diddy's trial. Defense motion for mistrial denied. The request for a mistrial centered on the testimony of Bonna, a friend of Cassie, the 17-story apartment balcony in LA thing. The defense claimed Bonna and Cassie lied about the testimony. In their testimony about the balcony incident, alleging that the testimony was perjurious. The defense said, this is Diddy's lawyers, that Diddy was on the East Coast at the time of the alleged incident, staying at the Trump Hotel in New York. While the defense was able to attack Bonna's testimony, the judge ruled that this was not fodder for a mistrial. Please relax. He said the defense did not object to that testimony. When she was saying the testimony, they also knew what they were going to do, and they didn't object.
Right.
So you snooze, you lose. On top of that, they also did a very vigorous cross-examination where they were allowed to show to the jury that there was inconsistencies within both the stories, both of the women's tellings of the stories, but also this little Frank Black hotel receipt or whatever.
Oh, that receipt. You guys remember that, I think.
The judge said the government screwed up, but that wasn't grounds for a mistrial. Prosecutorial misconduct is really serious. It's not like, okay, yeah, human error. I could see, and if any error that did happen, Diddy's lawyers were able to make a shining star moment. I mean, it was probably one of the coolest, most,
spectacular
lawyerly moments of Nicole Westmoreland's already very successful and impressive career. The judge said maybe they screwed up with the dates, but that's not grounds for a mistrial. He noted that Diddy's defense attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, had a real Perry Mason moment, meaning a dramatic revelation in court. And this is like, it happens in movies, it happens in shows, but it's not often that it's like, oops. Cassie mentioned the balcony incident without naming Bonna in her 2023 lawsuit against Diddy. She also testified about it while on the witness stand last month. Jane takes the witness stand. We're just reading through all of this stuff from this morning through NBC so we don't miss anything. Jane takes the witness stand for cross-examination. 51 minutes ago, Teeny Garagos is set to lead the defense's questioning of Jane. Diddy is wearing a light-colored, long-sleeve shirt with black pants. 39 minutes ago, Jane did not want anything to do with the Homeland Security investigation agents last March, she says. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos pushed Jane on her lack of interest in cooperating with the government when agents first raided Diddy's residences last year in March. So Jane testified under cross-examination that when Homeland Security investigation agents arrived at her home, she wanted nothing to do with them. She had a choice to speak to them, and she chose to get an attorney, paid for by Diddy, she told the court. After Diddy's arrest, Jane confirmed that she did meet with a grand jury after the government granted her immunity for her grand jury testimony. But is that the same thing as being granted immunity here? Jane is still in love with Diddy. Asked if she loves Diddy currently, Jane told the court that she does. And it's probably one of the reasons she's crying so much, probably hard. Under cross-examination, Jane confirmed that she wanted to be close to her partner, Diddy. She testified that she liked to take care of him after hotel nights and called out Dateline as one of his favorite shows. She told the court that she felt as if Diddy was trusting her in a vulnerable moment and she was made to believe it was special and she didn't want to judge him. She said she broke her own boundaries to make Diddy feel loved. Diddy's offers of love and affection were the only reason Jane said that she would enjoy any part of the hotel nights, which is the phrase she has used for these freak-offs. She told the court that she felt that Diddy trusted her in those vulnerable moments, saying that she was breaking all of her own boundaries to make Diddy feel loved, even as it became difficult for her. Jane said she wanted Diddy to be satisfied. For Jane, breaking up was hard to do. She said she fell in love with Diddy, but she didn't understand what conditions would come with that relationship. Quote, "He introduced me to this lifestyle under a lot of emotional pressure. I was so hooked from the beginning on the love and the affection. I fell in love with him. I did not understand the terms of the relationship. She came to understand that having the freak-off relations with strange men might actually have been part of the deal." Quote, "It was along the lines of love and pressure to do these things that he desired and wanted to fulfill my duties as a girlfriend." Diddy's larger-than-life personality helped Jane feel more confident. She told the court that Diddy had a big personality and was very sure of himself, which she felt was unique. She described why she felt Diddy was larger than life. She said he offered highly motivational speeches to encourage her. I think she referred to these previously as pep talks. This helped her feel more confident. She testified that she used to be shy and she does still struggle with self-esteem issues. Describes the spiritual side of Diddy. She said Diddy introduced her to gospel music and had insightful conversations on his spirituality. I'm trying to do a gospel.
I said, I've heard a pimp give one of his hoes one of these pep talks. It's disgusting.
Specifically, I need somebody who knows how to play the keyboard, just like those chords, those I need somebody who knows how to do that. I mean, I can do it, but it like clacks with the nails. It's not the T, it's not the surf. Okay. Jane said Diddy introduced her to gospel music and had insightful conversations on his spirituality. Those chats brought a really good perspective on a lot of things, Jane said. He had a favorite pastor and he would put sermons on TV. I thought TD Jakes, but what if it was Rob Taylor at Calvary Chapel? Or Judah, or one of them people over there at the church home, or Judah Smith.
It was TD.
I was probably TD Jakes. I don't know. They're not naming the person, so you just can only guess.
TD Jakes sitting here hoping his name don't come up.
He had a favorite pastor, and he would put sermons on TV, and we would watch it together, and he would send me sermons, and I would watch it on my own. But this is so confusing, because it's like, you want me to do all that freaking off in the hotels, but then you also still want to send me a sermon, and then I'm about to feel all guilty and guilt tripped and double standarded. I mean, I know y'all remember going to church after you was kissing your boyfriend
You ain't never heard
on Friday night.
But you ain't never heard TD Jakes preach about none of that shit. All he preach about is getting money and giving money and getting swallowed up.
I'll strike you. Or girlfriend, whoever you was kissing under the bleachers. I know you were. Don't even try to act like you wasn't. During that third quarter that you didn't have to be in the cheerleading stands or the van stands. I know y'all was doing it. He had a favorite pastor. I know some people was kissing in the pews. They was kissing in the pews behind the curtains and stuff.
I'm a pastor's daughter. I won't tell my business.
So he was sending her sermons. We got a new update from CNN. Yeah, we already read that one. Okay, so we got one more here. Jane said she felt like she only met about 10% of her earning potential while dating Diddy.
He made her.
She confirmed that Diddy sent her money throughout their relationship, and most of the time she did not ask for it. Teeny Garagos asked if the total amount Diddy wired her was more than $150,000, and she said, "I never really counted, but I would assume, yeah, maybe that would be close. I really don't know." Jane said that when she met Diddy in 2020, she was already making money from Instagram influencing, and she also received $4,700 per month in child support. And that's like a salary, y'all. I mean, what is that even a year? I mean, that's like an amount of money. Hold on.
Over
But you do, when you get in
50,000.
child support, you got to pay for stuff for the child. Let me see.
Absolutely.
4,700 times 12. $56,000, $56,400. I mean, that's a salary. That's what's the median income around here these days? 35, 40,000. Okay. So she was getting child
Not in
support, but she
Dalton.
also was making money from doing Instagram influencing. And once she was with Diddy, she couldn't devote any time to influencing. And she felt like she only met 10% of her earning potential during their relationship.
He made her financially dependent on him.
Okay, let's go back to Inner City Press.
I've been in one of those relationships before. Oh, you don't need to work, baby. I'll take care of you.
Okay, now we're going to get into the OF of it all on Inner City Press. So remember, the last tweet here that we saw was, do you still watch that pastor today? And the government objected to that question, and the judge sustained the objection. The judge is like, yeah, shut up. What? You can't ask people what pastors they watch.
That's ridiculous.
It
was TD Jakes.
Imagine that. You the one that introduced her to the Lord, and then the Lord is the one rescued her from you. Amen.
She rescued her from him.
How much did he invest in your dress line? $20,000. Why did you join OF?
Oh my God.
Jane said, if I could get off it, I would. Financial need. And this is one of those things too, y'all. If you don't got to quit something you don't start.
How much money
Once
was
you
she
get
spending?
used to a certain lifestyle, I say it.
Damn.
I have been living in the I've lived in the trailer park, and I will go back before I do something that's against my personal boundaries.
The crazy thing is, her apartment was $10,000 a month. He was paying for it. He offered to give her $10,000 a month. She decided to spend the entire amount on one apartment that she doesn't own or have any stake in. That's what I was telling y'all before. He sought out dumbass women, and I'm not gonna take that back because this is not a no judgment zone.
That's what I'm trying to say. Once you get used to an amount of money, especially, like, you got to keep making that money because that's your what you've done. So you do get the truth. If I could get off, I would. If I could get off, I would. Yesterday, she was talking about, I wanted to be independent. I wanted to stand on my own 2 feet. I wanted to do my own thing. And it's like, yeah, you are doing your own thing. But very few people actually enjoy this work. It's work, just like everything else.
And sometimes standing on your own 2 feet and being independent means struggling while you build. I mean, me and Nipsey Hussle both have the same tattoo. He got it first, then I got it because I honor him. And it is all money in. You put all your money into what you're building, and then you live off of it later. You don't try to live like a millionaire while you're making $1 million.
So, but she said, I need money, which is understandable, especially now that she's used to a certain lifestyle.
Oh my God.
Diddy gave you money throughout the relationship. In 3.5 years, does $150,000 sound right? Jane said, I would assume, but I really don't know. You told the government you gravitate toward providers. And here's Miss Boss Ass B. It is funny because I went to law school and I'm a lawyer and I'm not licensed. I gave my license back just so I can, be free to say what I wanted without somebody threatening to take something from me. But I am kind of in the middle a little bit. If you haven't been able to tell, I can see a lot of sides of situations. So from one side of it, I've been in this like lawyer in Manhattan mindset where it's like, ew, you're saying out loud that you gravitate toward providers. Please, I don't need no man. But also I grew up like, I cut my teeth on the church pew in, Irwinville, Louisiana. So it's like, also kind of like, yeah, actually, can I just like stay home and make flower crowns with our kids and do some laundry and then you go to work? Because like, why do I have to do that? So I see both, but you have this like quintessential don't need no man. And she is married, Teeny. You told the government you gravitate toward providers. Yeah, it's like a very natural like thing for many women to do. And Jane goes, yeah.
What a lot of women don't realize, and I'm gonna cut in here, I'm just gonna give you some tea. What a lot of women don't realize is while he's providing, you are a free slave because you cooking, you cleaning, you taking care of the kids, you doing all the things that are somebody's job, and he's not paying you. And usually these women aren't smart enough to get a real allowance of six, $7 or $8,000 a month to be able to supplement themselves and save away some money if he act crazy. I just wanted to drop my little tea there.
Need money, but I like a provider. As a woman, I like that.
I love a provider too, but I don't like a
You called the
financially
house
controlling
our
man.
house? Jane said, yeah, but later I came to see it as my house.
He saw it as our house.
And you thought it
He
was
paying for it.
important that his staff not know about the entertainers, right? Now, the government objected to this, but the judge at this point didn't sustain. He overruled it. So
I agree with
they
that.
didn't want Jane to have to answer this question. But the question is, you thought it was important that Diddy's staff not know about the entertainers?
They knew.
Jane said, right. And that's a reason you go to the house. That and a yard for you and your son. Can you say my child? So she doesn't want her child gendered.
For her privacy. Damn, her son is going to grow up to hate women.
So I guess Inner City Press is taking a break, but it's not like a court break.
If he got a mama on,
It just says Inner City
OnlyFans.
break. Inner City Press break for now. Let me put his book link in the chat while we're here. I am a Virgo. I am a Virgo sun. Yes, I am Leah, the JD PI. Shout out to you. So this is the Inner City Press book, trial week 1. And as you can see, he's got it into sections. I don't know where he finds the time. This is like an exceptionally intelligent individual. Look, he's got week 1, week 2, week 3, and week 4. I am a Virgo. And I am also a Pisces moon, which means I'm basically a psychic. Basically,
Basically,
and Aries rising, which means I will.
Pisces aren't
That's
the
the war
psychics.
one,
The
right? That's the warrior.
Aquarius are the psychics.
Okay. We have a new update from CNN. Jane and Diddy did not want, this is CNN.com 5 minutes ago. Jane and Diddy did not want any hotel night information to leak. She testified that when she moved into the new home, April 2023, so about 2 years ago, a little more, 2 years, 2 months, she thought that, quote, if we got a home that was to Diddy's taste level, then we could at least just start doing the hotel nights here in the privacy of our own home.
Where her
This is
child
April
lives?
2023, they start getting worried about this.
Oh my God.
Jane confirmed that she and Diddy did not want anything about the hotel nights to leak.
Where her
She
child
confirmed that it was
lives.
important that the public didn't know anything about the hotel nights and that Diddy's employees didn't know anything about the entertainers. So they knew about the hotel nights. So
Who
the
was cleaning
employees
up
knew
the
about the
baby
hotel
oil?
nights, but they didn't know the hotel nights, or at least Jane believed they did not. The assistants and the employees didn't know about entertainers. However, she also testified that the employees had
Ugh.
access to Diddy's phones and to her and Diddy's phone that had the
Videos on
the pornographic videos they made on them. So I don't know if they knew about the entertainers or not,
it.
but she claims it was important, or confirmed it was important, that the public didn't know anything about the hotel nights. So the public, they didn't want to know about the hotel nights at all, the freak offs at all. And Diddy's employees, we didn't want them to know about the entertainers. Then
Ugh.
Teeny Garagos asked if they had done any hotel nights at Jane's previous apartment that, maybe wasn't quite to Diddy's taste level. And she confirmed they had done freak offs at her previous apartment as well. We have a new update from CNN. Defense pushes Jane on financial support from Diddy. Under cross-examination, Jane testified to how much Diddy spent supporting her financially, agreeing that Diddy wired her around $150,000 during their relationship.
At home though? Who cleaned up
Plus
all
the
that damn
rent.
baby oil?
I think
and
that's a
the
different
sperm?
amount. I think that's different than the amount he
That's nasty.
would wire her.
Ugh.
I'm really not sure if that
mean
counts, if that's
blood,
inclusive of the rent or exclusive
urine.
of the rent. But at least we know, she agreed Diddy wired her about $150,000.
Who was cleaning up the blood and the urine and the truffle butter and the sperm and the vaginal fluids and the baby oil and the candle wax? Who was cleaning that shit up? She was cleaning up. And her kid lived in. Listen, this is not a no judgment zone. Okay? This ain't that. This is a place where we gonna say what the fuck we see. There's this saying in the drug dealer community that I don't know much about, but there's a saying, never sell where you dwell. And it's just some shit you just don't do. When you got a kid living in the house, you talking about these strange men, they spirits, they energy, doing drugs. Even if the kid wasn't there when it happened, people's energy lingers when they leave, especially if they've had sex. That's a very intimate, spiritual ritual, whether you mean for it to be or not. And I just take displeasure in knowing that this woman wanted this to happen in her house, and she's got a child. I'm telling you, her son is gonna grow up to hate women. I hope he goes to therapy soon. He's gonna grow up to hate women, because he done seen some things. That's why Diddy's kids can be so stoic while they listen to a testimony about their father liking another man's semen on his nuts. Because they're not strangers to this lifestyle. Ugh.
The pace outside the courtroom is slower. It could be the rain, or that members of the general public who have been showing up daily at the trial now understand the routine. The U.S. Marshals who protect the building know many faces by memory at this point. Spectators are put on a list and then ferried up to the top floor of the federal courthouse in groups of 7 after going through airport-style security. If you're not on the list, you can't go in the courtroom. We're roughly halfway through the trial. No mistrial over Bonna testimony, judge decides. The judge began court today by denying a weekend motion for mistrial from Diddy. The motion was filed after Bonna testified last week that Diddy dangled her off a 17th floor balcony, September 2016. Diddy's attorney showed evidence that he might have been on tour at the time, or that he was on tour at the time, and presented a bill from the Trump International Hotel.
But okay, going back to what Weezy Baby was saying earlier, how the hell you file a motion over the weekend? What clerk was there to submit it? Some things just don't make sense to me. They got a whole separate trial going on at the same time.
Pled immunity. She got immunity, or she pled the 5th and she received immunity. She was ordered to testify. But if she were to lie or perjure herself, then she could be prosecuted.
Mhm.
So I think that was another thing the defense, Diddy's lawyers, were trying to kind of scare Bonna and trying to kind of scare the other people who might try to get immunity or whatever. Okay, and it was an intense moment whenever Nicole Westmoreland, look, the motion was filed after a witness testified last week, dangled her, presented. Okay. Diddy's attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, showed evidence that Diddy was on tour at the time and presented a bill from the Trump International Hotel and Tower in New York, which covered the day Bonna gave for the alleged attack. It was an intense moment, and some may have left the courtroom thinking Bonna perjured herself. But in the judge's denial, the judge said that was the point of an excellent cross-examination. Mm-hmm. Quote, "This is not fodder for a mistrial. This is how court works." I always say quote and then I don't quote it. Okay, I'll say the actual quote. Quote, "This is not fodder for a mistrial. This is the adversarial process at work.
Right.
So the judge is saying this is exactly why cross-examination is allowed. Your job, Nicole, and everybody else working for Diddy, y'all, 5011 of y'all, your whole job is to find this type of stuff. It's not mistrial. It's good job. You did good. Pat on the head. Move along. He said no interference happened, and the defense was fully able to attempt to undermine Bonna's testimony. An hour ago, Washington Post, the defense has now lost its second motion for a mistrial since a jury was seated last month, though it's common for multiple mistrial motions to be heard in a high-stakes case like this one. Despite the loss, defense lawyer Alexandra Shapiro asked the judge if she could go on record to state the government should not have called Bonna to testify that Diddy attacked her in 2016 in light of the defense's evidence that he was thousands of miles away on the date she initially gave. But things like this, like specific dates of things that were years ago, whenever you obviously base your recollection on the picture, it's not mistrial material.
No, it's not.
Is this on the camera?
And they was all doing drugs that day too.
Okay. Alexandra Shapiro was like, all right, I hear you, Your Honor, but I still want to put it on the record for the appeal. Making such a statement could help Diddy on appeal. The judge chuckled and offered a compliment instead, calling the defense devastating cross-examination moment of Bonna a real Perry Mason moment, but not grounds to toss the case. An hour ago, Wesley Parnell, Washington Post. And now, an issue with the juror is being discussed. We got the details queens over here. It's not clear what is amiss, but Diddy's legal team is arguing to keep the juror in the trial, while prosecutors want more time to investigate the juror. Yesterday, as the trial was getting underway, the judge called the lead attorneys into his robing room for a sealed conversation that had something to do with this juror. Okay, breaking news.
So that's what it was about.
But I'm glad we go back and read all the stuff that they say, because even though it was an hour ago, we're getting very important information. Remember yesterday when they went back and had the secret meeting and the judge called two lawyers into his office, into his robing room, into his chambers. It was Mark Agnifilo and Maureen Comey. They all go back there and have a secret meeting. Now, I thought it might be about the anonymity order, the gag order, the press, which YouTuber said Jane and Mia's name or whatever.
Thank you, Lisa.
Not so, according to Washington Post. Washington Post an hour ago is saying yesterday that secret meeting actually had, quote, something to do with this juror. The parties discussed privately for some time before returning to the courtroom and huddling with their teams. The floor was buzzing with conversation, and Diddy seemed engrossed. That means like really into it.
Girl, we know what that means.
Jane is back on the stand for the beginning of her cross-examination. This was an hour ago. It's likely to be grueling, at least 2-day process in which the defense tries to undermine her testimony about traumatic experiences while dating Diddy. Before answering questions, Jane collected herself, flashed a tight smile, and addressed Diddy's lawyer. Good morning, Miss Garagos. 59 minutes ago, Jane was giving interesting details about her relationship with Diddy, some of them innocuous, given the charges at hand. After intense freak-offs, the hip-hop mogul enjoyed getting foot rubs. Like after she did all the work. And I was watching, I think it was Mims, Make It Make Sense. And he was talking about how, you know, I think it was him. It might not have been him. Sorry, Mims. If this wasn't you, sorry. I watch like everybody that I watch like in a row. And sometimes I get it mixed up who said what. But I do think it was Mims who was saying like, this wasn't just any old average ordinary entertainers that they were getting. Like Diddy seemed to have a particular preference
Cowboys
for
and
entertainers
heels
who were particularly well endowed. Okay. If
and cowboys and heels
here. And so it's like 12, 18, 24-hour sessions with man after man after man.
Yep.
Who are particularly
big dicked.
You know what I just said. And so it's like she's doing all this work. She's doing all this stuff, hours and hours. And then he's just sitting there recording and telling people what to do and doing substances according to the allegations. I don't know.
Then she rub his feet.
Sure. But then he's like, "Oh, I need a foot rub." After you just went through all that.
Nigga, please.
Um,
Go make me a sandwich.
He can't freaking help himself, y'all. Look what Washington Post is saying. After intense freak-offs, Diddy enjoyed getting a foot rub and watching his favorite show, Dateline. Diddy nodded his head slightly.
Oh my
as this came out.
God. That's
Like,
disgusting.
yeah, I like foot rubs and Dateline. Quote, he was my baby, Jane said, as Diddy's actual mom watched from the courtroom gallery.
jealous.
The drama. 47 minutes ago, Anne Brannigan clocked in. Jane's demeanor on the witness stand so far is vastly different from previous witness, Mia. Mia kept her head down and hesitated to answer questions as she testified, including a claim that he sexually assaulted her multiple times. But Jane, on the other hand, is looking directly at defense attorney Tina Garagos with a confidence Mia did not display. As she's cross-examined about her claims that Diddy coerced and manipulated her into performing in freak-offs, Jane is giving clear and precise answers to Tina Garagos' questions. It may help that she's actually met these attorneys before multiple times in the months between Diddy's arrest and the trial. 46 minutes ago, Wesley Parnell says, describing Diddy's fetishes, Jane testified he often wanted her to pretend she was cheating on him when she had relations with men at his behest.
I'm not making up the cowboys in heels part. She testified yesterday that one of the first men she had to fuck for him was a cowboy in heels. That's disgusting.
But when Diddy erroneously suspected that she actually hooked up with an escort without his knowledge, he grew irate. So he liked the fantasy, but not if she would have done it for real. Okay. So we're getting more vigorous nodding. We're getting more, what do they call it? Not vigorous. I think it might have been vigorous. I don't remember. Intense. What was the adjective they used? I don't remember. Diddy has been nodding along to several parts of Jane's cross-examination. And this has already happened. He's already been literally warned. He's already been warned. If you keep up this nodding and looking at the jury, I'm going to give a corrective instruction to the jury or kick you out of your own trial, buddy. Here he can't help it. He's nodding. He's been nodding along to several parts of Jane's cross-examination. And his ex-girlfriend, as his ex-girlfriend recounts some of the more tender parts of their relationship. Again, he's nodding. He's already got in trouble for this. Jane enjoyed giving Diddy foot rubs, she said. She told defense attorney Tina Garagos that she and Diddy would miss each other during their breakups. 28 minutes ago, Washington Post Wesley Parnell, Jane credited Diddy for reintroducing her to religion and said they often discussed God when they weren't in freak-offs. He had a favorite pastor and he would often put a lot of sermons on the TV. And we would watch it together and we would talk about the sermons. We would have really insightful conversations. She said Diddy also encouraged her business ambitions and invested $20,000 into her clothing line.
That is no money.
14 minutes ago, Anne Brannigan.
Go
Over
harder.
the 3.5-year relationship, Diddy wired Jane. I'm just not my light over. Diddy wired Jane about $150,000, according to estimates
that must
provided by his
the rent.
attorney, Tina Garagos. Jane, who was using an alias, said that number seemed accurate, but she hadn't actually sat there and counted it all up. She was prompted by Tina Garagos to clarify comments that she earlier made about gravitating toward providers. Quote, I do find men who are successful attractive as a woman.
I mean,
she
who
said.
don't?
She added, my ideal partner is a protector and a provider. Nothing wrong with that, girl. Do not let them make you feel like something's wrong because ain't nothing wrong with it. And it ain't nothing wrong if you don't like that. You can provide for yourself too.
Both
right,
can be
let's
true at the
see
same time.
If Inner City Press is back from his break. No, he took a break.
Somebody had said she was an industry jump off. I forget who said that.
Okay. We have 2 new updates from CNN. The jury hears loving audio message. 12 minutes ago, CNN.com. Jury hears loving audio messages between Diddy and Jane sent after the Turks and Caicos trip, which this aligns with Jane's testimony. This is how he hooked her. She says it. She says, this was a wonderful trip. It's what made me fall in love with him. We left the Turks and Caicos trip saying, I love you, the L word. Tina Garagos showed the jury text messages and audio messages between Jane and Diddy from March 2023, right after the Turks and Caicos trip. She previously testified that during that trip, Diddy sprung an entertainer and a hotel night on her. Oh, wait. This is not that first. Okay. Amendment. There's a different Turks and Caicos trip than that first one. So take back what I said.
That's still sex trafficking.
This is after the second Turks and Caicos trip, and it took him a long time to take her back. March 2023, right after the Turks and Caicos trip, she previously testified that during that trip, Diddy actually sprung an entertainer and a hotel night on her, prompting an argument that threw things off between them for days. The two traded loving text messages and voice messages about how much fun they had.
I'm reminded of that little boy who Diddy took on vacation. I forget his name. He's a rapper who I can't think of any of his music. But Diddy took him to the Bahamas. They were taking pictures and stuff together.
Started feeling pressure. April, the very next month. She started feeling pressure to perform because Diddy started paying her rent. Why?
That was part of their love contract.
The love contract. So Tina Garagos brings up that love contract, or at least, opens the door of the love contract again, because she played this voice note that was apparently very loving, in which Diddy mentioned Jane's contract in this voice note. Jane testified this was a reference to the love contract that they just brokered, which led to Diddy renting a $10,000 per month home for her. And who was on those emails? Robin Greenhill, just to remind y'all. The jury then heard an upbeat recorded response that Jane sent to Diddy, telling him she had so much fun on the trip and loved him, and she felt closer to him. She said in the recording, everything just feels good and I'm so happy. She testified that she did have fun with Diddy and was expressing that she loved the time with him, but she wasn't talking about the time that they spent with the entertainers. She was just talking about the other stuff they did. Okay, Jane testifies that Diddy used rent money, quote, kind of as a little tool. She confirmed that when she moved into her rented home in April 2023, Diddy paid $40,000 up front. Whoa, to cover the security deposit. It's too much.
Shit, move to Korea.
And the rent
That's
for
what
the
we
first
pay.
month and the last month. Defense attorney Tina Garagos pointed out that the landlord already possessed several months of rent payments in case Diddy ever decided to stop paying the rent. What does that mean?
He knew that was a weird relationship.
So first and last month, that's 30. And then a 20,000 security deposit? Because the first month would be 10. The last month would be
Shit, that's what
10.
I paid for
That's
my
20.
apartment.
So that leaves
It's
20 extra
20,000.
thousand. $20,000 security deposit.
You get what you pay for.
The defense, the defense attorney pointed this out. Okay, so Diddy's lawyer is like, didn't the landlord already possess several months? At least a couple. A couple is not the same as several, but I guess if you count the security deposit as able to be applied to unpaid rent. I want to know who owns the house. That's what I want to know. The landlord already possessed several months of rent payments in case Diddy ever decided to stop paying the rent. And that was Diddy's lawyer that pointed that out. Tina Garagos suggested that Diddy indicated that he was also open to paying 3 months more of Jane's rent when they were about to break up. Tina Garagos asked Jane if she ever believed Diddy would stop paying her rent. Quote, yeah. I always say quote and it's not a quote. Quote,
Hush money.
this is what Jane said, quote, there were some times that I definitely felt that he would do that, meaning stop paying the rent.
Hush money.
Jane said, and he used it kind of as a little tool. The rent was always just like a little reminder. And then they tell us here, CNN.com, remember, Jane, she dated Diddy from 2021 to 2024. She testified last week that as part of a, quote, love contract she entered into with Diddy in 2023, Diddy agreed to give her $10,000 monthly, and she used that on rent for a new home. She moved into the rented house April 2023, and Diddy still pays for the rent.
To this day.
This is mean. Diddy gave
her crack.
He loves a nickname, but this one's really bad.
He named her crack pipe.
Diddy gave Jane the nickname Substance Pipe.
That's hilarious.
Diddy said he enjoyed being with Jane and gave her an edgy nickname to go with those good times. According to text messages shown in court, they had just returned from the Turks and Caicos Islands in 2023. When Diddy reflected on their fun trip, get your rest. You are the Substance Pipe. That's my name for you. I'm going to call you Substance Pipe. A very good time together.
I don't even understand.
He said in a 2023 voicemail. Oh, no.
I don't even understand.
10 minutes ago, NBCnews.com. Diddy would use paying rent as a tool, Jane says. Jane testified that there were times when Diddy used paying her rent as a tool, saying it was something of a reminder.
I wish a nigga would call me a crack pipe. What part of that is a compliment? What part of that? That's not like say all on his mouth like liquor. That's like you are a crack pipe. That's crazy. I told y'all he be reading R&B lyrics to this girl. She be falling for that
messages
shit.
That you think. This is a different type of nasty text messages, including where Jane said she ain't one of his little exes. I ain't Cassie. I ain't Gina. But then Diddy's attorney, Teeny Garagos, asked whether Diddy sent Jane $20,000 out of nowhere unsolicited. So what?
That's crazy, man. Crack pipe.
What's the $20,000 here and $20,000 there and $20,000 to Cassie and $20,000 from Cassie's parents and $20,000 this and $20,000, just $20,000 everything all the time, $20,000.
But here's the thing. I know this dude. Well, I used to know this dude who told me men see that kind of money like that's what they would spend on a hoe. I remember Tariq Nasheed said before he married his wife, he would take a bitch to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles and give $20 to a homeless person sitting outside. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate you for that. He would give $20 to a homeless person outside. Then he'd take that bitch inside and spend $20 on some chicken. And he was just letting her know, without her knowing it, you don't mean no more to me than that homeless person. I mean, I think $20,000 to Diddy is like the $40 niggas spend on pussy. That's nothing. He's a billionaire. And he's still making money. That man has made $4 million since he's been in jail just renting out his plane. Excuse me. What is a king to a god? You know what I'm saying? You talking about $20,000. He makes that in moments. That's... I think her and Cassie reached too low. Because that man had bank. And if you gonna let a nigga pee in your mouth, it should be for more than $20,000. Is all I'm saying.
Yay to your content. Separately in a separate audio message sounding giddy. I am dying at your voicemail. C-pipe is so real for the both of us. It's definitely mutual, she said.
Oh, she was ratchet.
Diddy paid $40,000 to rent a home for Jane after they agreed to the love contract.
And he wrote it up on his
The payment included the first and last month's rent, which was $10,000, and a $20,000 security deposit.
That's why he's still paying the rent, because he don't want to lose the deposit.
Let's go to the Independent.
At the end of the day, P. Diddy is all about his paper. I think the reason why he still pay her rent is because he don't want to lose that deposit.
What can we expect to hear today? The Independent doesn't post much, so I'll just read all their ones from an hour ago up till on till now, because Inner City Press, our favorite source, is taking a break for some reason. He must have another trial he needs to go look at, or another breaking news event.
He had to go take a shit.
Ooh,
What was that? Go back to that sketch.
look at
though,
this.
May.
This is from 2 hours ago, but look. Celebrities are hiring lawyers to avoid testifying at Diddy trial. Diddy's ST trial reportedly has some celebrities so nervous about the prospect of being called to testify that they've hired lawyers to try to prevent it.
That's crazy. Who?
Oh, according to a report. In the nearly 4 weeks since Diddy's trial began in New York, several notable names have been called before the jury, including musician Cassie Ventura, rapper Kid Cudi, and singer Dawn Richard. Other celebrities have been name dropped as well, such as record executive Suge Knight, musician Usher, and more.
Where is
With the potential for
Jimmy
others to be
Iovine?
named or even called to give evidence, Harvey Levin, who is friends with Teeny Garagos' daddy,
Okay.
and Teeny Garagos' daddy is friends with Diddy. So how did Harvey get this information? I don't know. But Harvey Levin, the founder of TMZ, claims some celebrities have already lawyered up. Quote, I have heard there are some celebrities worried about being called to testify, and they've even lawyered up to try to fight that. Diddy, who's facing a potential lifetime in prison for the alleged crimes, spent decades in the spotlight as a rapper.
Wait a minute. Now that they've gotten to the second half of the inverted pyramid, why he look like Uncle Ben? Can you please go back to that sketch, BJ? Please. Why didn't they got that nigga looking older and older and more like the devil in every single sketch? And the thing is, they got 3 women sketching him. So I don't know what that's all about. But why they got that nigga sitting there looking like he on a box of malto meal? I'm done. I could not.
And racketeering conspiracy. He's pled not guilty to all charges. So far, several of Diddy's former employees have testified in addition to bigger name celebrities. That includes his former stylist and 2 former personal assistants. Cassie served as the government's star witness, recounting how she was subjected to freak-offs and physical abuse throughout her 11-year-long relationship with Diddy. Rapper Kid Cudi also served as a star witness, testifying that Diddy threatened him with physical violence while he was in a brief relationship with Cassie, and he also told jurors that Diddy allegedly coordinated an arson attack on his car. Richard, who previously worked with Diddy as part of the girl group Danity Kane, took the stand to tell jurors that Diddy threatened to make her go missing if she revealed any information about an alleged assault. But despite these celebrity witnesses, Harvey Levin told Fox News Digital he's not sure if a jury is going to find Diddy guilty. Remember earlier in this very live, I was like, Harvey Levin is running PR. TMZ's running PR for Diddy. This is what I mean. He said, quote, when you look at all the things he did, he's burglarizing, going not for money or drugs or jewelry or anything like that. He's going for Christmas presents that he was going to give Cassie, and then he torches Cudi's car and then makes threats against the mother. This feels like a crazed criminal jealous boyfriend, Harvey Levin said. Well, that's exactly what Harvey's friend, Mark Garagos, who's the father of Teeny Garagos, probably told him. That is what Teeny Garagos is going for as the defense. That's what Agnifilo, that's what Diddy's whole team is saying. So you have Harvey Levin basically just mirroring and parroting their defense. I disagree with him entirely, but he's allowed to have a opinion, even if it's paid for or something, which I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. He might just be doing favors for his friend. Okay, anyway. So that happened. An hour ago, the judge denied the defense motion for a mistrial. The Bonner testimony. Jane takes the stand, Diddy's ex-girlfriend. Jane has not seen or spoken to Diddy since his arrest. She testified she hasn't seen him or spoken to him since his arrest, or maybe before, September 16th, 2024. He's still paying her legal fees. And Jane testified that she had met with Diddy's defense attorneys, but stopped speaking with them in April. She said she still loves Diddy. She testified she loves him today under cross-examination. However, Jane said she resents the way that he went about introducing her to this lifestyle that was built under a lot of emotional manipulation and pressure. She also told the jury she enjoyed taking care of Diddy after the hotel nights. She said the hotel nights were vulnerable for Diddy.
Don't she got a son?
Quote, I felt that my partner was trusting me in a very vulnerable moment. He made me believe that this was something really special. This was something only he and I did. And I really took that on very strongly. She previously testified that hotel nights involved her having relations with other men while Diddy watched. But she said that these nights could...
Let's put 2 and 2 together. So I don't know if you saw the testimony from yesterday where she said there were times when he'd be like, I got a surprise for you. And he'd arrange for what she called entertainer to meet them at a hotel. Now, if a man only did this with you, then he wouldn't be so well versed in how to make it all happen. And I can almost guarantee you those same assistants were setting up a hotel room, cleaning up the hotel room, and all the other jazz. So if you were the only person he did this with or ever did this with, then how does he know how to do it so easily? She got to think.
Gina was dating Kevin Hart and Diddy. So I don't know if he needs to be commenting. 45 minutes ago, this is still The Independent. Jane says Diddy expected her to take substances, but he didn't force her. He expected her to take X during the hotel nights, but it was ultimately her choice to take it. My choice to take it, I would say. Diddy would offer me the EX and he would expect me to take it. She previously testified that she used substances during hotel nights to make them feel less real.
Damn.
Jane says Diddy often put sermons on the TV and talked to her about them. Jane testified that Diddy often put his favorite sermons on TV, which they would watch together and discuss when they weren't having hotel nights.
That's gross.
Jane said he brought a really good perspective on a lot of things. Hotel nights often involved role play, she testified. Diddy would often orchestrate role play scenarios during hotel nights, and the scenarios often included pretending like Jane was cheating on him with an S worker, Jane said. 16 minutes ago, Jane describes Diddy's financial support. Jane testified that Diddy wired her around $150,000 throughout their 3-year relationship. But Diddy also paid her rent and legal fees, which he still does to this day, she previously testified. She said Diddy would use paying her rent as a tool. He kind of used it as a little tool, she testified. The rent was always just like a little reminder. We have a new update from NBC. Jane said she was initially, this is 3 minutes ago, NBCnews.com. Jane says she was initially okay being polyamorous, like not monogamous, with Diddy, but things grew difficult.
Yeah, because
ain't that a story for a
peeing
lot
him
of people
out.
that think they could do that poly thing, and then they like, actually, no, I can't.
Well, here's the other thing too. This nigga had her fucking 4 or 5 men in one night. She said she would get sick behind it, and I'm not talking about I chew. She was catching shit. Now we already know the word on the street, according to everybody and not me, is that Diddy gave Usher herpes, and then Usher gave it to Atlanta, the whole Atlanta. In the words of Marlo, the whole Atlanta. I got sugar on my titties. Sitting here eating candy. But if Diddy gave, let's just say, for instance, hypothetically, if Diddy gave Usher herpes and they were having a sexual relationship and she was having sex with these entertainers unprotected, from what it sounded like a couple times. Shit. That's nasty.
All right, let's check out our other sources. NBC just updated. Now what?
And it ain't no different. Most likely he was doing her just like Cassie, where he was making her do this on her period. There was anal sex involved. I mean, ugh. Nasty.
Sources has started yet. We had Fox News. I don't think they're doing live coverage yet. We also had New York Post. Okay. Oh, court had actually stopped, they said. It is actually a long break at the moment, y'all are saying.
That's what I
Shout out
thought.
to the cousins in the chat. We could work on more court songs, Tiff said.
We're not gonna go back and watch the conversation about the mistrial because we've already been updated on that. While they're in a break, which most likely is gonna be about 10 minutes, I am duly intrigued in this Jaguar Wright saga, and I'm gonna go back and continue to watch. Let's go.
Oh yeah, that's just because of the resolution. I can't control that. I actually screenshotted this and it's still blurry. This is straight from the web from YouTube. So the comments are a little blurry because it's a screen showing on another screen, and the resolution can only get so clear. So I'm sorry. I wish it was clearer. I didn't even read these comments. Let me see if I don't know if it'll make it better. I don't want to mess up nothing, so I'm not gonna mess with the comments. But this is on Her's channel right now, so you can actually go and see that. And I'm sure she's gonna break that down too into smaller bits so that you can see this part. I'm sorry, the comments are blurry.
I mean, I ain't got no choice. They say my husband with his family. I don't know. Everybody know where my husband at but me. He with his family. Oh, thank you, sir. I don't think this won't be enough to feed my family, though.
Have you ever seen anybody beg from? Oh, she had a Chinese restaurant. That was egg drop soup. Now, who's she feeding that egg drop soup to? Who loves egg drop soup in this house? Who is it that be fiending for some goddamn egg drop soup? Who that be? Is it Angela? Because we saw Angela's face when she tasted the egg drop soup. Can you please put a 1 in the chat if you saw Angela's face?
This sounds like exactly what I experienced in London the other night, where that lady got mad because the man wouldn't give her the chicken because I had actually offered to pay for it
when she was eating that egg drop soup. And she didn't say nothing about Sam loving egg drop soup. And she don't even love her mama, so I don't even think she been fed for a few days.
Shout out to Miss Thelma.
May
she rest in
Can
peace.
you please put the name of the person who loves egg drop soup so much in the chat? Please. Whichever version of their name you prefer. It could be Hag, Jag, Jaguar, Hagwar, Jacqueline, Jacqueline Wrong, Hagar the Horrible. I prefer to call her Jacqueline Suzette Wright Johnson, because that is her name, and that is the name that will be on the Fulton County court documents. I wish it was Fulton County. I love reading Fulton County's documents.
Damn, that's crazy,
I love
though,
Fulton
because...
County. I'll be honest with you.
Wait, why am I doing commentary on this? I have to. Y'all hit me a couple Saturdays ago to the fact that she actually has been included in one of these Diddy-like lawsuits. Jacqueline Suzette Wright, born May 17, 1974, has been included in one of these Diddy-like lawsuits.
Favorite counties in the country. Anyway, it's a great county to make money in. Because it's a lot of posers in Fulton County, so they lose their houses. Oh, if you ever want to invest in real estate, find a place with a whole lot of fake people. You'll get real cheap real estate. Scamwar. Inmate 123. Jagpaws. Jagabot. Jag Scamula. Not moms. I can't stand you. If that was about Jaguar, I can't stand you. You don't call her moms. Oh Lord, I'm telling you, Jaguar, Jagumba. What did I call them the other day? Jangela. She do need to get a real job, but she
Jaguar,
don't have no employable
Jacqualiar.
skills.
Absolutely.
She can't work as a cashier. She can't work as a bagger. She can't work as a janitor. Like, she literally cannot work as a teacher. She can't work as a police officer. She cannot be a waitress. What skill set does she bring? Customer service skills? Does she bring food handling expertise? Does she bring industrial cleaning knowledge? Does she bring accounting skills? Does she have any education in education? She's not even a producer. You ain't never seen Jag on a board. Jag don't know how to produce music. She's not even an arranger. She's not even really a writer, because when she sings, you don't know what the fuck she's saying. Name me one Jaguar Wright lyric. She's not. She don't have no employable skills. I'm trying to think of all the things that I've done to have to make money other than sell pussy and dick. Because if I had one, I'm just playing. I haven't had to, fortunately. But I mean, I've done a lot of things. You learn a lot of skills to employ yourselves. You know, they say necessity is the mother of invention. I've reinvented myself so many times. And I'm not just talking about me, I'm talking about all of us. We have had to some of us have been in the same professions for 30, 40, 50, 60 years. And we've built skills in that profession enough that we have a demand. Some of us have been in different professions here and there, and we've built this conglomerate of skills that brought us to where we are right now. And we're at jobs, or we own businesses, or we have organizations where we can look at something in our work and say, oh, that prepared me for this. I had no idea why I was at that job learning how to organize files until I got here, and now I got.
I don't know. I came across something a couple days ago where Jaguar was talking about I'm very particular about my friends. I don't make friends who have bad credit or are unemployed. Bitch, what? Who are you talking about? You know what she was doing? Y'all remember when Kim Burrell said that shit that one night and then got burned about it online when she was at her house with all them turkeys in the backyard? That's what she was saying. She was saying some shit she heard somebody else say. But a bitch with no credit, and a bitch with no income, and a bitch with no education, and a bitch who scams for cash apps and sells pussy behind Erykah Badu's house at the river, and a bitch who tries to sell pussy in this video but gets turned down, can't talk to me about not making friends who are broke.
Organize my mailbox and my email so I can keep up with communications. You know, just the things that you learn, skill sets, soft skills. Does Jaguar have any soft skills? Time management, organization, communication. What are the other other soft skills? Inter-organization communication. I mean, does Jaguar have any hard skills? Does she know Word? Does she know SQL? Does she know Windows 10? I mean, can she open a lock on a car? Can she save a bear out of a tree?
She can't babysit because she got caught kidnapping her son.
Does she know how to mow lawns? I mean, what employable skills
she on the federal no-fly list?
None. She never developed
them. She can't lift.
She put all her eggs into that music basket. Okay. And she fucked for it. And she sucked for it, and she sang for it, and she even sacrificed her own son for it. I'm going to tell you something they told me in China. I've had several people tell me this. You know, we talk about the difference in culture. One of the first classes I teach when I take on a new student, or took on a new student, because I haven't taught since I came back the second time. But one of the first classes I would always teach was about the difference in cultures between America and China. Just get the shit out of the ethers.
Could you imagine that square booty in them army pants trying to be on OnlyFans? You remember when she said her and her husband were having sex in the desert in Arizona? I sent some bears up there, some mountain lions to do security.
Into the open. They won't let me out. Listen, I'm gonna say that about my money. I'm locked up in my money, honey. One of the first things I would teach my students is about the code of integrity and ethics that we operate by in America. I'm not saying it always happens. I'm just saying that's what is expected. You know, we have a general idea that what you do to others is going to come back to you. We have a golden rule. We've got ideas and ways and culture around treating people well, so
Mud
that
wrestling.
we can have a successful business. Legina. I gotta get out these comments for a second. I'm sorry. I gotta get out the comments for a second. Fuck. What was I saying? Shit.
Baby oil.
Hold on. Let me get back to it. I got distracted by Legina. Damn it. What was I saying? Hold on. Let me get back to it. Oh. So I would teach them, thank you. I would teach them that, you know, we teach our children, you know, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I've had several students, because in China, knowledge is one thing. Like, everybody has the same ideas about everything. They have one saying, you know, if they eat oranges, everybody eat oranges at the same time of the year. Like, it's really just that communist. It's really just that one person homogenous. They would all tell me in the same way. They would all say, from the young to the old, well, here in China, we learn when it comes to money, if you got to kill for it, kill for it. If you got to steal for it, steal for it. Thank you. If you have to manipulate somebody, or, you know, go over somebody or betray somebody, you do what you got to do to get that money. And that's what we're seeing here. That's exactly what we're seeing here. We're seeing somebody here who doesn't really have a lot of seeing a lot of those you got to understand, desperation is exactly what it is. It's desperate. We have a saying in the world of magic, there are no morals to this magic. There's no such thing as light magic and dark magic. It's all about what it is that you want to happen. You justify your intention. You know, and so what we're about to see, and what I'm going to say is what somebody else saw that she's supposed to be teaching Angela how to get it. Now, mind you, this woman said that she wanted to teach young people how to monetize their lives and their content, but she will not let Angela go up on her own platform.
So can we come to an
thank you for whoever sent that cash app. Thank you, Yoli. I appreciate that. I hope you don't mind me saying your name.
You don't want nothing?
Excuse me.
Well, how am I gonna feed them?
Is there anything? I'm sorry, I talked all over what she just said. So let her say it again. Forgive me. I went back way too far. Hear her, the mom biter. I don't even know what that means. When I saw it, I was like, what does that mean, mom biter? I guess it's some shade somebody tried to throw at her, and you know,
delete it, bring it back.
We turn our lemons into lemonade.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
We turn our haters into congratulators. Because in the words of Cardi B, you watching me though. You watching me though. Hold on. It won't let me have the volume. I'm trying to get the volume back. Just bear with me.
It's okay for my husband to rob me.
Let me let this play, y'all. I'm not going to interrupt it.
I ain't want it like this. Shoot, I ain't had to resort to these kind of methods in years.
Mind you, she started dry bagging yesterday.
So I need to talk to you. It's important. Now, you know my husband done going crazy.
No, she ain't talking to us.
They still on the break.
If you can hear that, give me a
money,
one.
Friend.
I had to. Something going on with the volume.
I gotta feed my family. What I gotta do? Yeah, I'm on Instagram right now. Well, no, I'm telling you, my family is in need, friend. We ain't got nothing to eat.
If you can hear that, let me know.
And I ain't got no money. I got $5.
She's talking to a man at a store.
I know I can't feed my whole family
at a Chinese
$5.
restaurant.
Can you help me out?
She hustling
I
some
don't know.
food.
I mean, can't we come to some kind of arrangement?
And trying to sell some pussy.
I mean, I ain't got no choice. They say my husband with his family. I don't know. Everybody know where my husband at but me. He with his family. Oh, thank you, sir. I don't think this is going to be enough to feed my family, though.
Thank you.
So can we come to an arrangement? Is there anything that I have No, I don't want to.
This nasty.
You don't want nothing?
And she had a
Well,
diaper
how am I
on.
gonna feed them?
He said, I
don't
don't
know.
want
No, seriously,
nothing.
I'm telling you, you know.
I
I've
don't
been
want
without my money
nothing.
for days. He's still hijacking my accounts.
I don't want your pussy.
She was wearing
old
a
hag.
diaper.
I got people. There's 4 of us at home. Everybody's starving.
I just
What
gave
I'm
you
gonna
some
do?
egg drop soup. That's not
This
good
might
enough.
help. Can I get some Can I get a platter?
A platter.
I don't like a large platter for everyone to share.
She's talking like a crackhead. I'm gonna interrupt this for 1 second. I'm just gonna interrupt this for 1 second. I remember I was doing ministry work one night, and I used to go downtown and do ministry work in Charlotte. And we wouldn't like go out like churchy. We would just go and hang out. We bring chicken, we play old school music, and just kick it because people want to have a good time on Friday night. So why not just bring them some food and some love, right? And I was hanging out with this one lady. She was an old head prostitute, crackhead, and this man rolled up on the street. We were one of the guys that was with us decided we weren't doing enough to evangelize, so he started trying to tell people about Jesus, which is not what you do when you first meet people, nigga. Get to
You
know
remember
people.
this one?
So anyway, so she walked up to me. She was like, I just want to know if Jesus need a date because I'm trying to make some money. She was like, is Jesus trying to fuck? And you got her over here. Look at her eyes, trying to look all like, us, beautiful, dainty, feminine. Listen, look, and I hate the feminine stereotypes, but you can look at her and tell
She got on that gray sweat.
she don't even have no lipstick on. She's desperate. She probably stinks. Oh my
she wearing a
God!
diaper.
And if she been wearing a diaper. Oh shit, Rosetta, you read my fucking mind, or maybe I'm reading yours. Where'd it go?
Shout out to Rosetta
Shit.
Brooks.
She thinks somebody want her pussy? Now she done told this nigga she on Instagram. Did she forget? Did she forget she was on Instagram? But now she want a big platter. Now she want a big platter. So you used to be a pimp. So you done gone to where you called Tokyo, and you think she didn't tell Tokyo go live? I'm not gonna break down that phone call. Y'all did great. I saw the comments. Y'all did a great job. I saw my comments and I saw Tokyo Tony's comments. Y'all did a great job breaking that down. Mustard wet. Ugh. She slept in the car last night. She called Tokyo dry bacon. You ain't hear Tokyo once say, "Oh sis, I got you. Let me give you a number. Let me give you a virtual copy of my credit card so that you can do what you got to do because I trust you and you my sister." I'm gonna tell you something. There's a few people on earth, one of them that I'm not even taking phone calls from right now. But if these people reached out to me and said, I'm in a bind, I'd be like, let me send you a copy of my credit card. You can do whatever you got to do. Tokyo Tony obviously ain't that close. And I know people that if I'm in a situation, I could call them. I know dudes that I'm not even fucking, that if I called and was like, such and such is going down, they'd be like, I got you. Don't worry about it. And wouldn't ask for nothing. And Angela slept in her car last night. And so did Sam. In Dallas, which we agreed was what? About 30-something degrees, 40 degrees? A couple nights ago?
It's crazy.
This woman is, so now she thinks that we are going to save her from the streets by giving her money now didn't she say she couldn't access her devices because Goomba had locked her out? Y'all watched all the videos that the conversation we were talking to. I didn't have to break that down. Y'all did it already. I saw y'all in those comments, and I know you know what I'm talking about. Didn't she say she broke that phone that Goomba locked her out of all her devices? Shayna, how cold was it last night? Thousands of dollars from Cash App. Apparently Goomba stole them. Stole all the dollars. He had all the Philadelphia money, and he put it in his Cash App. Now, here's what I know. That couldn't have been very much money, because you can only transfer so much money daily from your bank account or your credit card or even from another Cash App account to Cash App. Cash App has like a $2,500 a day. Is it $7,500? I think you can only spend $7,500 a day, and you can only receive $2,500 from a bank account, if I remember correctly. And it has to be, you can receive as much as you want from people. People can send you as much as, there's no limit to that. But there are, and let me go into Cash App and see. Hold on. Let me see. Because I have a business account here. I'm sure Goomba's using a personal account, because that business is defunct based on my research, which isn't 100% correct always. But my instinct is, where's my other phone? Oh, it's in my purse. Let me see on my business account what the limits are. Hold on. Oh, my business account has much different limits. I can send $15,000 a week and $45,000 a month, and I can receive unlimited. I can add $15,000 a week and cash out $25,000 a week. Hold on, let me see what it looks like on my personal account, because I think that's a question we need to answer. Bear with me one moment. Hold on, let me go in my purse and get my Cash App. Where'd it go? Oh, Mystical said he done. Mystical said he ain't working no more tonight. Oh, where's my other phone? There it is. Hold on, let me grab my personal phone so I can take a look, because I know it ain't that high on my personal Cash App. Let me know if you can hear me okay, too. Every once in a while, I just want to check in, because everything looks great over here. Damn, my phone just died. It must be Clive Davis and Sinead O'Connor. Damn it, it just died on me. Anybody know what those Cash App limits are for receiving? But my point to be is that there must not have been a lot of money if he was able to just move all the money over to Cash App from his... He don't have no bank account? Wait a minute, hold on. I don't understand. What's wrong with my banner? What's wrong with my piano? Lawyer Jaguar ain't got no lawyer. She slept in a car last night. And if you have any lawyers, which I do, I have 2 lawyers. I have 2 attorneys. I don't go dealing with nobody. That's why you have representation. I don't make phone calls. I don't make personal visits. I don't gather paperwork. I might have to sign something to get something released or something, or get something investigated, but I absolutely don't ever have to. Oh, thank you. I thought something was wrong. If I ever have to get something done, my attorneys are the ones that do it. That's why you have attorneys. When I got divorced, I didn't have an attorney. I did my entire divorce on my own. Shout outs to me. I shuffled all the paperwork. I did all the filing. I paid for everything. I made sure that everything was on time and correct. I made sure to send the paperwork to an auntie who was nosy enough to sign for it, but would never give it to him. so that my case was never going to be contested. That man found out he was divorced. Poor thing. Anyway, sometimes you got to do what you got to do when you try to be free. But anyway, I'm not gonna say he was beating me, because he wasn't. Just didn't want to be married anymore. It was a whole lot of other stuff going on. But anyway, yeah, if you have an attorney, you wouldn't be going to the courthouse. That doesn't even make sense. I have an attorney dealing with an accident right now. I have not gone to a courthouse for a police report. Why do I have an attorney? $1,000 a month, $250 a week. See, what kind of money did they have happening if he was able to move all the money from Philadelphia over to his Cash App? She said he'd been stealing for a few days. That has to be like, what, $700? Based on my research in these comments, that's like $700, right? Now, she said she only got $645 the other night on Hear Her TV, which is probably more likely true. I mean, honestly, I believe that over 6,000 in a heartbeat. I really do. And I believe that they could have blown that in the hotels and driving to Shreveport, and because they've been back and forth to Shreveport, I think. And then they had to go to DeSoto for her show that Shayna told us about. Wasn't a show, it was an open mic night that she decided to show up to and invite herself on stage, and then got kicked out. Let's go.
It's a damn shame.
She trying to sell some pussy. That's what's a damn fucking
They ain't
shame.
got no $5 meals in here that'll feed my whole family. I got me, I got my mama, I got my son, I got Legina.
She is lying. She is crackhead
And my husband done
lying.
ran off with
If you just not joining, we are actually the court is in the middle of a break. It looks like they are actually coming back now, so I'm gonna switch on over and we'll catch back up with this bullshit later. Come on back, DJ. Give me a second. This bullshit. Jaguar wrong with a K at the end.
And then there was like actually
I thought she
an actual mid-morning break. But I've been reading all the other sources that we have so far.
I thought that was
as
I thought
well.
she just read an interview.
20 minutes ago, Jane said she was concerned about Diddy's substance use. This is 20 minutes ago, NBCnews.com. Diddy's heavy use of substances and alcohol worried Jane, who said that.
Oh no, they're still on a break. Sorry. Let's get back to Jaguar selling pussy. Trying to sell some pussy. Now, matter of fact, let me just catch you up. Later that day, she actually got arrested and ended up getting angina while she was in jail because she went into the jail with a diaper on.
He been robbing me for days. Hijacked all my accounts, did everything. Now I gotta sit up here,
Trying to
if I
sell
gotta
some pussy.
turn the trick to feed my family, then that's just what it's gonna have to be.
She ain't got it no more though.
I mean, he is handsome.
She is begging a nigga to fuck her. Where's Solar?
I don't want to be a cheater, but what I'm supposed to do?
I don't want to be a cheater.
Oh,
Bitch,
this
you've
is
been a
oh,
cheater.
thank you. Now, where do you want me to go? Because I only got a couple minutes.
You hear her setting up the play? Should I go in the back or should I meet you outside so I could go ahead and fuck real quick? Now, this woman been sleeping in her car. I'm going to ask y'all to be real transparent with me. Just real transparent. And if you don't want to answer this question, you don't have to. I learned to say that from Kendra G. I feel like my other phone is about to die too. Shit. Oh, God damn. I'm red everywhere. I've been out all day. Would you feel comfortable? Let's say you take a shower in the morning before you go to work. And you come home from an 8-hour, 9-hour shift, 12-hour shift. Would you want to let a man close to your pussy, or would you want to go take a shower and clean up just after a shift? You showered this morning, you did everything you were supposed to do, and then you went to work. Let's say you don't even do much. Like I don't do much. I sit right here all day at work. I don't have to lift nothing. I don't have to move nothing. I don't dance and sing or nothing. I just sit. But after a full shift of work and you go home, do you want to fuck? Or do you feel fit to fuck? Do you feel like, I'm at my freshest, that I should meet a stranger? Ah, my chair is about to fall from up under me. Hold on a second. Do you feel like I should meet a stranger today and I feel so comfortable offering my pussy to somebody? Like I feel fresh after a good old 12-hour shift. But she been sleeping in the car. She ain't selling that food. That's for her. That food is for her. That man has seen that before. She using that East Coast, Philly, New York shit on that man. But he done seen that before. Somebody said that is not a cat. That is a lion. Exactly. That's where the word freshen up come from. You freshen up before you go to Bible study after work. You freshen up before you go meet somebody for drinks. You freshen up before you go to the gym. And this woman, Rosetta, that's for you. And this woman is offering someone her pussy for sale. I wouldn't even offer anybody my free pussy, and I haven't showered. She didn't get to eat it. She sure should have. That would have been her last meal. But I'm going to tell you something. You are not late, T-Money. We're just getting started. We are actually only a couple seconds into this video. You know, we take a slow walk. People call you at the wrong time when you're in the bushes getting tea. That's why I like to put my shit on Do Not Disturb. Listen, $12 meal. And I would feel bad for her if she hadn't been out here stealing and lying and being arrogant and misusing her husband and spiritually prostituting this girl, and probably now prostituting. Because if she said the girl was a sex trafficker, she used to fucking. So, I mean, what's the difference? She don't even have to do nothing but put her in the right place. If she's saying, if she believes that this girl was sex trafficked, and I've never heard Legina say that she was. Has anybody ever heard Angela say that she actually was sex trafficked? Or did she say she knew a man who was a sex trafficker and she saw him hypnotize somebody? Because I listened to that very closely. She never said that she knew anybody who was a sex trafficker. She said she saw a sex trafficker hypnotize somebody. And Gina don't give me Angela does not give me the vibes of a woman who's used to being around men sexually. No, she doesn't give me the, because even sex traffickers, even women who are sex trafficked, at some point they learn different things to do to make their lives easier. They bring in the money so the guy won't keep fucking with them, or they learn how to just give in so they don't get RAPED. You know, and she doesn't give me any of that. She gives me that if she was in the room with another man, she wouldn't know what to do. She didn't send her nothing. She does. I wouldn't say she looks pure, because she's definitely not pure in my mind. I think she's a liar. But I definitely would say sexually, I know what you mean. She's innocent. She's innocent. I don't even think that girl watches porn. Mm-mm. Well, how would Angela see this? I don't know. Because how in the world does somebody lock you out of your own phones? Cat for some jerk chicken. Listen. Let me play this.
Well, you know, to the back so I can.
No. Take your ass off. That's what you
I gotta go home.
Take your ass
You
off.
not- you don't
They
want
cussing
nothing?
at her.
I don't want nothing.
You don't want nothing I got?
She sound a mess.
Take your ass
You don't want nothing, you sure?
Yeah, please.
Because I'm willing.
Take your
Oh
ass-
shit, this is disgusting.
take your ass off, man.
She wants us to feel bad for her.
Thank you, friend.
She doing crack
If
and
you
shit on
change your
purpose.
mind, call me.
But she might be days away from her medication too.
Oh,
But
ain't God good?
I
'Cause
literally-
I was about to turn that trick.
I literally think this is part of a finesse. I mean, look at what I'll do to make money to take care of my family, because I don't have any money. All of a sudden, I don't have any money. It doesn't sound to me like the insurance company decided to pay out. It sounds to me like we're running away from what really happened, because now I'm being sought after by my insurance company. They're probably going to press charges for insurance fraud. My husband's going to press charges. Finally. I got all these people looking for me because of this situation with Angela. So let me go ahead and set myself up to either look crazy, I'm trying to get arrested, so I'll have some place to be. Listen, I'm going to go ahead and get all the way to the end, because y'all know I do. I ain't even going to hold you. Look, I just turned my, I be hanging out with my daughter. I just turned my cover up into a shirt. Look, I tied it up like that. Isn't that cute? Anyway, I honestly do believe that woman showed her ass so that she would get arrested, because she's safer in jail than she is on the streets. See, because when I was doing that ministry work down in Charlotte, this crackhead also told me that oftentimes he gets himself arrested so he doesn't have to sleep outside when it's cold. I told you guys my brother has a mental illness and he's locked up right now. It's not by accident he gets locked up every November. His bail is like $1,500. That's nothing. And what he got locked up for, he should have that kind of money always on hand. I believe that my brother purposely got himself locked up so he wouldn't have to sleep outside. He chooses to sleep outside. He won't get a home or anything like that, but he does have access to money because he's mentally ill. He's got access to state funds monthly. But it might be easier for him to hoard it and let it build up over the winter while he's in jail, because he can do jail. He's been in jail since he was like 20. He got out of jail when he was like 42. Just like we watched that guy from Arkansas in those episodes with in the episode that we did with the guy from Arkansas, and he said once he learned how to do his jail time, it was fun. I mean, I literally believe that my brother gets himself locked up on purpose. My mother called me a couple years ago and was like, he was downtown talking crazy and they locked him up, and I was like, good. That's what he wanted. I have spiritual conversations with my brother. I was all teary-eyed and crying because I finally found him and I found out he was locked up, and my brother said in my spirit, and if you have relationships with your siblings like I do, then you know what I mean. My brother said in my spirit, baby, don't worry about it. It's a play. I'm safe for the winter. I'm safe for the winter. Don't worry about it. Okay? So I'm going to go all the way to the end and tell you that I think this woman got locked up on purpose. Because it's safer for her to be locked up than it is for her to be on the streets. Because Jaguar Wright has been in so many situations where she should have gotten arrested lately. She knows what to do and when to do it. We'll watch. And I believe that everything that we watch is going to support my hypothesis that Jaguar Wright got herself locked up on purpose. I love the QC. Charlotte will always be in my heart, but I can't go back. Not for a while. I gotta wait for a few more years. I gotta wait for a few police chiefs like Putney to die before I can go back. Pussy ass Putney. Oh, she got that set it off wig. Now, I mean, we can see in this video that Jaguar is mainly supposed to be showing Legina how to do it, but on one hand, you got to understand Jaguar Wright she's not intelligent. She's a survivor. She's street smart. Okay. When most of us were going to college or getting a vocational education, she was in the streets. And she can do that. 3 meals in a cot. Exactly. They got dentists in jail. They got barbers in jail. They got psychologists. My brother got access to his medication without having to pay for a prescription. And he got money waiting for him when he get out. And as soon as I can get in touch with him and actually have a conversation with him, I'm going to let him know he got some more. Because his mama left him some. I honestly believe that if he knew that his mother left him as much money as she did, that he would have never even gotten locked up. That makes sense, right? If what I'm saying is true and he got locked up so he wouldn't have to sleep outside, if he knew his mama had left him some money, if he even knew his mom was dead, because he don't even know yet, if he knew and he got access to that money, he probably wouldn't even have got locked up. He'd have been in his apartment talking crazy. So pray for my brother, pray for my family. I'm hoping to get that taken care of. But this is why I feel like there is a finesse happening. Because you haven't heard her say anything about suing this police department until today, have we? Ugh. Have we heard her say anything about suing this police department until today? Has she mentioned that live, excuse me, or on video before today? Am I out of the loop? Thank you. I appreciate it.
This is the longest jury break ever. I don't think they're actually on a break. I think they're being held in a room while the judge and the prosecution and defense carry on with their little secret trial. Honestly, they still on a break.
Yeah, he will be kept safe. Thank you. Did I miss something? Because if I am, correct me. Because I don't think I ever heard her say before today, heist or hist invest. Am I wrong? No, D. Rusher, help me out. Because I don't remember hearing her say anything about suing them until today at the police station. That was the first time. She never mentioned having an attorney. She never mentioned that she was getting sued. She's never even mentioned Offer Ramirez's name. She mentioned that she got assaulted by the police. She did say that. She did say they hog-tied her. R. Kelly was there too, apparently, because he's a skilled hog-tier, according to Andrea Kelly. Andrea with her pretty self. But R. Kelly said he don't even know how to hog-tie people. Like, that was the only thing he's ever emphatically denied, is that he did not know how to hog-tie nobody. But she's mentioned things about that, but everybody's a Christian, chill. Christianity's a culture, not a belief system. Yeah, the comments are blurry. Are you mean the comments on the screen that I'm posting, or the comments on the live from Instagram? Because the comments on the live from Instagram are gonna be blurry. That's just the way video translates when you're sharing a screen. And I even screenshot it with my phone, and it would have been okay, but it just was hard to get up here. So I apologize if the comments are blurry, but you can go to hear her TV, and the live that she just did. Actually, we are at the 2 hour and 15 minute, or no, I'm sorry, I'm in the live still. So it's not long after it starts. After this, you can go in and see the comments if you want. They're not that relevant, to be honest with you. But anyway, yeah, I do. I believe that this is a finesse. I believe that she is. I don't remember her mentioning Dallas Behavioral. Yep, I told my mom. I said, I think my brother's I think he got put in a mental hospital on purpose. He need a place to stay. I don't know how to hog tie nobody. All of a sudden, so let's just watch the videos now that you know what I think. I think she's trying to get us to give her money. And I think she's trying to set up an insanity.
I don't need a job application, bitch. I got a whole fucking company. I got a whole TV station that has been hijacked and taken by.
She got a TV station. Do I have to remind us that I have a broadcast degree? I just feel like sometimes I have to say that. Bitch, you got a website on a stream. You got a streaming site. It costs about $100 a month. It only requires StreamYard, a domain, which is about, her domain probably costs about 99 cents. It doesn't require any skill. Like, it can be built with templates. I not only have a bachelor's degree in broadcast, I also used to work for a tech company that did this for people. It was the job. I sold the product. I sold the product to people that built these sites that Jaguar has. That's why I know it's a template site. She don't even have a web builder. She don't have a team designing her website or doing any SEO or analytics or anything. That thing is just so dry. It's dry. She got a Tubi. Yep. Yep. That's exactly what she got. I actually used to run a couple porn sites using a Tubi. So I know they're easy to get. And as long as your files aren't too heavy, they're easy to keep. I know what the fuck is tea. Not my porn. You ain't never gonna see that. These were other actresses actors. I guess the right word is actors. These were other actors that I curated for these niche sites that I used to build. Cause niggas love fucking their stepmama. Thank you for listening at work, Rosetta.
My husband. So I guess I'm gonna have to go after I drop this food off for everybody to eat. I'm gonna have to go and file that police report for theft, terroristic threats.
Do we find
I guess I go over to the police station when Gina go have her first music lesson today with the brass bruiser, atonal.
Gina gonna have her first music lesson today, but y'all slept in the car last night, right? I'm trying to make that make sense. So Gina's going to have her first. I'm getting to the next video, y'all. I'm going to skip over that whole thing with her conversating with her mother-in-law because that's stupid to me. None of that even makes any sense to me, that she was having that conversation with her mother-in-law. And I'm not going to disrespect that lady to replay any of that either because we don't know her. Hold on. Let me get to the... Oh my God. Because I said his mama was a toothless Uncle Daddy loving. Oh my God. That wasn't even a good read.
I'm still here and they still on a break. Let me take you back to her.
Week off days too.
This is the longest break ever.
$13.69 an hour is heartbreaking. There is no price enough. But double the devastation that males made $10K for those days and got to be free of him. It was like two, right? Like $600, I think is the lowest I've heard, up to like $10,000. Thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Tiffany White said, hey, BJ, if you're still feeling sick, you should try Jim Beam with honey. Just a drink of it will break up that stuff in your chest. Shout out to you. Jim Beam is so funny. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I'm at this point, I'm ready to try anything. Vic's got an opinion. Thank you for the $5. Have you seen the piece TMZ did on the judge? Very strange, considering the former clients chosen for the article. And the role TMZ plays as a press agent. I've not seen that, Vix. I'm gonna have to look into that. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Miss HLS said, can we move on? Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Aries here. My husband is a Virgo. Keep on shining, BJ. Shout out to you, Courtney, member for 7 months. Rodney's lawsuit, go to line 197, line P. Okay, let me see. Lil Rod Jones lawsuit. Line 97. Is it the amended complaint? She started undressing and attempted to straddle him and have relations with him in the presence of Diddy and his staff. Hold on. Is this... Do you mean... Okay, that pretty girl. Which lawsuit? Is it the first amended complaint? Is a second amended? Let me go to the first complaint ever. Oh man, they put all these pictures in here. Golly, this was crazy. Wow, I gotta go back and read this first one. Okay, line 97. Oh, 197 you said. My bad. Okay, hold on. Let me scroll down. 197. Ooh, child. Yeah. I'm not going to pull this up because it says Jane Doe's real name. But yes, Robin Greenhill would insure the wiring. And then you said line P. So I don't know which one you're actually talking about. If you're talking about the first amended complaint, the original complaint, the second amended complaint. Man, he really did spill all the tea. He really did. Mr. Green. Golly, this is crazy. I got to go back and read those Lil Rod lawsuits, y'all. Okay, anyway, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. And thank you to V-Love for speaker situation. She's like, please, girl, hook something up. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. We do have a new update, as you can see, on CNN. So let's check that out. Less than a minute ago, Jane was okay with hotel night video recordings, she says in cross-examination. Jane confirmed she was okay with the hotel nights being filmed and that Diddy told her the videos were just for the two of them. Quote, you put on a good show for him in these videos because you knew he would watch them back. Jane said, yes. We got a new update from NBC. Diddy was driven by desire and Jane was driven by love. That's what the defense is presenting. This is NBCnews.com. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos asked Jane whether Diddy was driven by his desires, and her love for Diddy drove her during hotel nights. Jane said yes. Jane testified that she told Diddy multiple times she didn't feel comfortable engaging in hotel nights, especially as the time passed. She also testified under cross-examination that she loved the attention and affection Diddy would give her during the hotel nights. So she did love the interactions with Diddy. She felt like she was maybe having to do that to maybe earn those moments with Diddy. 1 minute ago, Washington Post, Anne Brannigan, she says the court has been running longer than expected the last few trial days, ending 2 hours after the 3 p.m. stop time that the judge promised jurors. The reason is because the government wants to finish the entirety of Jane's testimony, including her cross-examination, by the end of Thursday. Jane, who has accused her ex, Diddy, of STing her, she's crucial to the government's case. Some good news Tuesday for jurors then. Tina Garagos told the court that she may pause her cross-examination at 3 o'clock today and finish up on Wednesday and Thursday. Well, if she does that, they're not going to be able to say they didn't have enough time. 9 minutes ago, The Independent said Jane says she asked Diddy to go to rehab. She testified that she asked Diddy for him to go to rehab in Thailand after their Turks and Caicos trip. She said she was concerned he was overdoing the partying. She described him as jaundiced with shaking hands and gray gums. Okay, so we get an update to that. Jane says she was okay with hotel nights article. So we ended here. You put on a good show for him in these videos because you knew he would watch them back. And Jane's like, yeah. And then Tina Garagos suggested that Jane also liked to watch the videos back with Diddy. But Jane said she just accepted that. Quote, I did not like that part, but it was just part of the relationship. Still nothing from Inner City Press. He might have had something to do. An errand, an appointment, something. Okay, let me see if any of our other... Please do not. Thank you, Monica. Y'all, please do not start fake news in my chat. Do not, if y'all are saying you just heard something and you just saw something, put a source. Because there's been so much fake news and so many attacks on like big names and big journalists covering this, like the independent journalists. There's been so many attacks on Inner City Press, like putting out tweets that are photoshopped to make it look like he said stuff. There's no supporting evidence about Inner City Press being escorted out. Actually, in fact, he said he was taking a break. Thank you so much to Flip Freedom for the $1.99 super chat. Unfortunately for you, it's not going to work. You're not going to get to have me read that. But thank you so much for that $1.99. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Listening from Greece after work. Thank you for what you're doing. Shout out to Greece. Thank you, Ellie, for the €5 super chat. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. No, Am said, do I think Diddy's defense or his associates are viewing my coverage? I don't. Because I'm not in there. I'm just reading articles. So it's not like I'm not one of the ones they worrying about. It's the people that are going over there to the court, I think. That they're really seemingly. I'll just say those are the ones that seem to be having the harder time here. Oh, Elvis is a Pisces moon? That's cool. I kind of don't really know what to do with myself now that Inner City Press. I just feel like, what do I do? Oh, yeah, I wanted to look up the other sources. Let me see. Diddy is nodding. He's still nodding. I don't guess Fox News is in there live today.
It just got real slow in there.
Who else? else? Does AP do it? We have NBC. So I'll just run through the sources we're working with today. CNN, NBC, Washington Post, The Independent, New York Post, and then I pulled up this USA Today, but they don't really be doing actual live. It's just like random stuff. Like, what are the charges? Shut up. What is racketeering? I'm just getting rid of this. Go away. Oh, I'll read y'all my thread about the Jay-Z thing while we're waiting for more updates from those other sources. Roc Nation CEO tried to put, it says 30 years old, but she was actually 29 at the time. I think she's 30 now. In a guardianship, her daughter in a guardianship, aka conservatorship, after unlawfully using the Baker Act and the Marchman Act in Florida, according to the federal suit, bringing similarities to Bam Margera's Florida shuffle nightmare up to like 10. For how much longer are we as a free nation going to allow people to be enslaved and forcibly drugged indefinitely under the guise of help? Britney Spears, Amanda Bynes, Bam Margera, Wendy Williams, Peter
Kanye
Max,
West.
Brian Wilson, Sam Williams, Elijah Blue Allman, and now Demery Hadley. A lot of times we say, oh, and this is all perfectly legal. Because in many ways it is, because they do have these conservatorship laws. But many times these people are infested with conflicts of interest, including financial, and they also illegally lie in these applications to enslave other people, often about their own loved ones trying to enslave them. These same places get reported over and over, including Life Skills. This is one of the rehabs in common with the Roc Nation CEO's daughter and Bam. Bam had to escape. He was not in a conservatorship at the time. He was not in a guardianship in any state at the time, and he simply wanted to leave. They called the cops on him saying he escaped, while Lima was in the court all day, according to April Margera on body camera footage, trying to put him under another Marchman Act. He escaped from Life Skills. But they keep operating. These same interventionists keep kidnapping innocent adults, and they keep showing up with the vans. Slavery court is now just called probate court, and prisons are now also referred to as rehabs and treatment centers. Living human beings are being treated like livestock by these unethical and ineffective treatment centers across the nation, but especially in South Florida. They even had to pass a, quote, body brokering law in Florida, which has done nothing to help because criminals break laws. And what's the crime deserving of these involuntary psychiatric incarcerations and these forced druggings? Often nothing. According to Demery Hadley, she's never even taken or touched an illegal substance. She was simply accused of being an addict and got locked up against her will. Right around the time Bam sued Paramount for copyright infringement for the Jackass series, he was forced into a guardianship and battled forced treatment and forced drugging for nearly 2 years. Wendy Williams was letting her son use some of her money, and Wells Fargo forced her into a conservatorship, even after Wendy was actively fighting against it at the time and continues to do so to this very day more than 3 years later. Britney Spears was also forcibly locked up, psychiatrically incarcerated more than once during her 13-year enslavement arrangement known as a conservatorship, aka guardianship. One time it was just for simply saying no to a dance move. I think it's time to re-examine the separate courts for mental health and addiction issues. It's probably comes from a good place for many, but at least in the criminal justice system, there's like due process and equal protection, rules to follow. You get a lawyer. There are sentencing guidelines. In criminal courts, there's transparency, there's public access. Not so in many mental health courts. Diversion programs are great for first-time offenders, but at some point, if you can't get through life without being a criminal, maybe you should just go to jail. I know it sounds harsh, but read the whole thread for why I think that. This whole Baker Act, Marchman Act, 5150 economy has turned into chattel slavery by another name. And who benefits? The victim patients going to facilities with 95% relapse rates, or the centers charging $40,000 a month? Who benefits? You tell me. Okay. Let's see if CNN, yep, they got another update. 1 minute ago, Jane says there were rare occasions where the hotel nights ended early. Jane confirmed there were a few occasions when Diddy ended a hotel night early when she vocalized that she wanted to stop. She testified there were a few rare occasions, and they put rare in quotes, when Diddy agreed to dismiss an entertainer when Jane wasn't attracted to or comfortable with them, but only after she tried. She always would have to at least try to have sexual interactions with the men for a period of time. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos tried to suggest that Diddy readily agreed. So Diddy's attorney tried to suggest, with her daddy sitting right there in the pew in the defense side, she tried to kind of suggest to Jane that Diddy was like readily agreeing to dismiss these men whenever Jane wasn't comfortable.
What?
But Jane pushed back and she said, no, Teeny. He only did that after I actually would try to endure the sexual interactions. Remember that one man kept sweating on her and he was stinky?
Ugh.
Jane was curious about Diddy's need to see her with another man. This is NBCnews.com 4 minutes ago. Jane testified that she came to understand that Diddy's desire to see her having relations with other men was an exercise of sexual curiosity. Quote, I was trying to figure out the relationship, and I came upon the word gold. A man who was turned on by watching his woman having relations with another man. I just wanted to know what was driving him. And that's how I ended up looking at all those NIH studies and those different psychological studies last night. Jane said she believed it could have been an interest in bisexuality, but Diddy might have been too scared to do the act himself, making the freak-offs the next closest alternative. So that's Jane's theory. Maybe Diddy really, really wanted to be doing this stuff himself, but he was too scared. So this was the next closest thing. Don't ask a question you don't want the answer to, Teeny. We got a new update from Washington Post. She says she thought of Diddy as this word. Voyeurism and fantasy were the words Diddy used for his sexual proclivities, Jane testified. But she said she eventually found a more appropriate term. Cluck, without the L. Jane said she began researching this sexual preference to better understand him and this obsession with the freak-offs or the hotel nights. Quote, a cluck derives pleasure. Seeing his woman derive pleasure from the other man. Jane said this when asked to define the term, which derives from cuckold. For a man with an unfaithful wife who has become a common epithet online.
That's gross.
They could also have a bi-curiosity, that they are too ashamed to experience themselves. So they use the woman to venture out in this curiosity without actually doing the act itself.
Because I said, don't no man, even if a man sits and watches porn by himself, don't no man want to watch no man with no little ass dick fuck another woman. These niggas want some dick. Just go ahead and say it, Diddy. Go ahead and say it.
Cluck for him. Now I'm not saying the actual word, but y'all can read.
Go ahead and say it.
She explained to the jurors this sexual proclivity that Diddy had. She testified that she researched the term because, quote, I was just trying to deep dive all the reasons why clucks derive so much pleasure from watching their women be with other men. She learned that clucks could also have a lot of bi-curiosity, that they're too ashamed to experience themselves. So they use the woman to venture out in this curiosity instead of actually doing the act themselves. She said that Diddy used the words voyeurism and escapism. And remember, she also said that they would call it debaucheries to explain what Diddy liked. I would use the word cluck for him more so. 1 minute ago, Diddy's favorite TV show revealed as Dateline, which he's now starring in. Diddy has now become the subject of his favorite show, which he used to watch after marathon hotel nights while being tucked into bed after he got fed and bathed by Jane.
That is nasty.
What's his
Something
favorite? What
about
was his
that's
favorite
not
show?
right. Tucked into bed,
Dateline,
baby.
said Jane. After the hotel nights where Diddy would watch Jane have relations with men, Jane would rub his feet and put on the NBC true crime show to help him sleep.
That's
She told
nasty. It's something
jurors.
wrong with him.
Diddy is the
I'm
subject
telling
of
you.
Dateline's latest episode.
Listen, I
Sean Combs
literally said in BJ's chat yesterday that I believe Diddy's first freak off was with his mama. I believe Janice Combs introduced him to the lifestyle.
Refreshing our sources. This is CNN. I'm refreshing.
I honestly do. Yep, his own mama. Shout out to everybody watching. Thank you for being here, and thank you for hitting the like button. I'm grateful to you for it.
Diddy to go to rehab. Let me just refresh this. Okay, let's see if anybody else has started. I guess they're not doing live today. Let's try the Mirror sometimes does it. No. What was the other one? Sky News. It's like sometimes they do it.
Because Sky News is in Australia. They got other shit to talk about than Diddy.
Okay, yeah, Sky News has a few things. Let's... Oh, yes, good. They mention... Okay, good. Okay, we got some more details coming through. Yeah, I got Washington Post already up. Okay, this is from Sky News. Jane describes fantasy talk and wardrobe changes during the hotel nights. Talking about performing during hotel nights, Jane says she felt like she was the only person who knew what Diddy liked sexually. And when asked if she tried to be sexy for him, she said, "I didn't try to be sexy. I did. I was." She said there were special outfits for some hotel nights with wardrobe initiated by Diddy, including a night on the Turks and Caicos Islands. She said she would mostly wear 6-inch heels to perform for Diddy. She sometimes, when taking substances, would fantasy talk with the escorts, giving the example of pretending Diddy was on a plane. And she was looking forward to getting the escort, who she calls an entertainer, to herself. Jane also says she enjoyed caring for Diddy after these marathon events, which were sometimes days long. At one point, she says the moments of loving intimacy with just the two of them after hotel nights were all she enjoyed about any of the freak-offs.
That's what
she said. She felt like
said
she
too.
was trusting.
Because remember,
Diddy was trusting her.
For anyone who's new to this story, remember the freak-offs went like this. First, she had to have sex with a man or 2 or 3 or 4. And then she got to have sex with him by herself, which was what she really wanted. And then they go back out and she might have sex with the same man again or a different one. Because remember, and this is very important, I'm not just being nasty, this is important. Diddy needed that nut. He needed the man to ejaculate in her or on her. And then he wanted her to put that nut, that niggas cum, on his body. On Diddy's body or on his balls. Well, his body is his balls. And he would rub it into his nipples and into his dick and balls, and he would masturbate with it. Ugh.
Jane says she did not want to break up with Diddy, and when asked if she felt resentful that she had relations with other men, she said Diddy introduced her to the swinging lifestyle under a lot of emotional pressure. I don't know if they called it the swinging lifestyle or just this lifestyle, but look, we get a long quote from her. Quote, "I was so hooked from the beginning on the love and affection. I fell in love with him and I didn't understand the terms of the relationship. It was along the lines of love and pressure to do these, I think this is supposed to be nights, he desired, and I wanted to fulfill my duties as his girlfriend. When asked if she still loves Diddy, Jane said yes. There's a moment of friction 2 hours ago when Diddy's lawyer asked Jane if she saw her father's child when she was visiting Diddy on the East Coast. She said, what does that have to do with anything? She's asked if she made the choice to get on the plane and go to Miami, and then she said yes. Diddy was larger than life with a big personality, Jane says. She describes Diddy as being a bright light, calling him confident and strong and very sure of himself with a big personality. She goes on to say that he was motivated and encouraging and just larger than life. She says all this was very attractive to her, and that helped her to overcome the shyness that she suffered from when they first met. She also admits that she struggled previously with self-esteem, and she still does. Discussion then moved to financial matters. Jane said,
You notice none of these women ever say they are attracted to him. It's always a presentation, an ego, the money, his personality, the larger than lifeness of it all. It's never, he seemed to be a very caring person. We had deep and introspective conversation. He taught me things about myself. We improved together as people. He taught me how to invest, how to make more money. Nothing. He showed me how to cook a new meal. Nothing. It's always this external, superficial thing. And that's why I be telling my homegirls, especially when I was younger, I'd be like, take away everything that man shows you. Take away the car, take away the job, take away his investment portfolio, take away his dick, take away the kind of dog he has, his home, where he works out at, what church he goes to, who his friends are, what fraternity he's a part of. Take away his hair, his clothes, his closet, all of it. Take all that stuff away. Now, who is he? And who is he with his mama?
That text message being read. Diddy nicknamed this poor girl Substance Pipe. The court was played a voicemail in which Diddy says he nicknamed Jane Substance Pipe because he had so much fun with her during their trip to Turks and Caicos. When asked to clarify the nickname, Jane said he had an addiction to my texts or to me.
That's not healthy, baby.
Jane replies to Diddy's message saying, Substance Pipe is so real for the both of us. It's definitely mutual. I just like everything you said. I'm so thankful. I had so much fun. Turks was absolutely incredible. I'm so happy. She texted or voiced.
He fed into her low self-worth. She had a whole son she could have been bathing and tucking into bed, but he fed into her low self-worth, her need to be needed, her codependency. Ugh.
Amorous toward the start of the relationship, and says that Jane says, I didn't mind, but she admitted that as the relationship developed and emotions grew deeper, she found it difficult, particularly when Diddy appeared to be in a monogamous relationship with another woman.
She called him her baby.
Jane agreed that Diddy's ability to easily shift his attentions to another girl hurt her feelings, and she wouldn't hold back in expressing her feelings. Quote, I was very colorful. I would call her a garden tool. That's not a quote. I just used a different word. I would use everything. I wanted him to be my man. She said Diddy was also jealous and possessive within their relationship as well. Diddy's substance use led to graying gums and shaky hands, Jane says. Jane says she was aware of Diddy's substance habit, and that after just a few dates, she could see he was depressed and had shaky hands. So this must be back in 2020.
And she still wanted to be with him.
She says that when they were on the plane to Turks and Caicos, she could see that he was not taking care of himself. Jane says, quote, I felt that he had jaundice. And his gums were graying from substance use, and his hands were shaking from consuming alcohol.
And she still wanted to be with him.
She encouraged Diddy to go to rehab because he was overdoing the partying. She said that while she noticed a strong pattern during their relationship, she wouldn't label it as a substance pattern. She would now sum it up by saying that Diddy was a really big party guy, wanting Diddy to quit the substances. She said she previously spoke about K therapy as a way to quit his Xan habit.
He was a crackhead.
Diddy liked the word voyeurism, but I used the word cluck, Jane says, as she questions if Diddy might have even been bi-curious. Discussing
Not
the
curious,
lifestyle
honey.
central to Diddy's case, Jane agrees that Diddy was driven by his desires, while
Not
she was driven
curious.
by her love for him. In a bid to understand their relationship, Jane says she discovered the word cuckold, in which she describes as, quote, a man being turned on by watching his woman have relations, which that part's not a quote, with another man. She says the description was spot on and gave her a better understanding around Diddy's need for the hotel nights. She said she was particularly keen to know what was driving Diddy. You always know when you're reading some across the pond periodicals because they spelled defense with a C and they love saying keen. Jane says she was particularly keen to know what was driving Diddy and to find a list of reasons. She said one reason she could see was for him to receive pleasure, adding some of the other things were that clucks would have bi-curiosity that they are too scared to do the act themselves. When asked about voyeurism, Jane says he liked to use the word voyeurism. I would use the word cluck. F It Friday was a chance to party really hard, Jane says. This is 1 minute ago.
When did he have time to run
Sky
his
News.
businesses and raise his 7 kids?
It's news.sky.com. Discussing their use of substances together, Jane says she took EX to help her get through hotel nights, and Diddy would take the substance to put him in a good mood when he was feeling agitated and stressed from the day. She describes a tradition they had called F It Friday, which Jane says is when he would let loose and wants to party really hard. Jane said the events would release, quote, pressure from various things in his personal life, adding that they would party big on Fridays. We got 2 new updates from NBC.
And what did they do on Tuesdays? Shit.
EX helped their S lives, Jane testified. She said the EX greatly helped her and Diddy focus on S-Ual energy. He was just happy, charismatic, good energy, and S-Ual high, Jane said. Before taking the EX, he, meaning Diddy, was agitated and stressed from the day, but afterward he would be happy
Hey,
and in a good
welcome
mood.
in. Good to
4
see
minutes ago,
you.
NBC News. Fridays were a good day to blow off steam for Diddy, Jane testified. Diddy called his end-of-week partying F It Friday celebration. Quote, it's when he'd let loose and want to party really hard. We have an update from CNN 5 minutes ago. Defense asks about Diddy's actions when Jane cried after the hotel nights. Remember, she cried 2 times after hotel nights.
There was
On one occasion at the beginning of her relationship with Diddy, Jane cried when Diddy was going to leave her soon after a hotel night. When asked, Jane confirmed that when she asked Diddy to stay with her and comfort her, he did rearrange his plans so she could do that. On the other occasion, the second time she cried after a hotel night, this was more toward the middle of their relationship. Jane recalled that she cried in the shower with Diddy after the hotel night. And that was when he was like, oh, I'm too high. Don't do that to me right now. I can't. No. Garagos asks Jane to confirm that Diddy was high on EX at that time. And Jane confirmed he was too on the substances to see her cry.
There was testimony yesterday as well that she said during one of the freak offs, she actually threw up. And he was like, okay, well, now you'll feel better. Get on back out there, champ. Go get him. Wow. What happened to Inner City Press?
Okay, we get CNN.com less than a minute ago. This is the one we just read, but the timestamp updated, and usually that's because they add something to it. So let me just make sure. Let's go to Washington Post. We have a new update. Ann Brannigan, 3 minutes ago, Washington Post. Defense tries to show Jane had agency during freak-offs. Defense attorney, Diddy's attorney, Teeny Garagos, is now walking through Jane's earlier testimony of hotel nights, highlighting moments when Jane appeared to have some say about how those encounters would go. The defense may be hoping that jurors see these details as Jane consenting to or having some control over those evenings. Jane, who's testifying under a pseudonym to protect her identity, previously said that one of her ground rules for the hotel nights was that the male entertainers and that she had relations with could not use substances. Teeny Garagos brought up that testimony, and she asked Jane to elaborate. Quote, "I just didn't want to have a stranger be out of their mind in a very vulnerable environment with me," Jane explained. She has testified that Diddy decided when freak-offs would end, and that when she requested that the escorts have protection, Diddy discouraged it.
Right.
Then Teeny Garagos asked if there were a few times when Diddy would acquiesce to Jane's desire to end the night early. And Jane said, in response, she said, quote, "On some rare occasions, Diddy would let me end the night early." Okay. Okay, I'm just waiting for another update from anywhere on Earth. Let's go to Sky News. F it Friday, they said. I'm icky. What y'all doing in the chat? They not knowing how to act? Get that band hammer, Diamond. Janet said, I started following the trial week 2, but I'm back. So you stopped following week 2 and you back now, or you gotta watch all them videos?
You missed a lot, honey.
Brittany said, Sean P. Diddy cluck Daddy Combs. There it is. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Slowrilla, thank you for the $2 super chat. Are the government
what's up, Real
trying to get rid of
Magnolia?
juror number
Welcome
6?
in.
Yes, they are.
Welcome in.
Thanks so much for the $2 super chat. New Life Plan, thank you for the $5 super chat. Surprising to no one, Adam22, RSS feed astroturfing has been using cluck for months in headlines to normalize. I've thought of this. Is the Fed trying to normalize the cluck behavior? Because it's not normal. It's not normal. Y'all could do what y'all want in y'all's own house, but something's wrong with it, and I'm shaming it. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
This is not a no judgment zone, honey.
Smith, shout out to you becoming a member. Can we move on? Indeed, girl. I'm not over that. I'm not over that either. Be the unicorn. It's very strange. Hey, BJ Jewel Mancy, P. Diddy trial updates is doing live tweets. Oh, really? Let me go see what's up with that. Jewel Mancy. A lot of these people I thought were doing live trial updates are actually just rehashing out Inner City Press's tweets. So
right.
Let me see. I don't know if I've heard this person. P. Diddy trial updates. Okay, let's see. It does look like this person is doing trial updates. Let's check out the first. Let's just check it out. Again, this is live. Usually I wouldn't be like going and just like without any vetting at all. Like, oh yeah, this is live. But let's see. We request to call expert witness after 9 months in jail. I'm checking the earlier tweets just to see is it lining up with the other reporting. Because if it lines up with the earlier reporting, then I'll have a little more, basis to be like, okay, maybe this is an accurate account. After 9 months in jail, has gray hair, weight loss. He's been allowed to wear light colored shirt, trousers, glasses. You may begin your cross-examination. We've spoken before. Yeah, it looks like it lines up. You're testifying against Diddy. You were granted immunity.
I mean,
You
it
chose
sounds
to
like
stay
they're
in that
rehashing-
lifestyle. See, it's kind of like the same exact stuff. So I'm always like, maybe
Yeah.
they're just.
Retelling inner city press's tweets. Watch where it stops.
Did you check his messages? Yes. In those hotel rooms, he was vulnerable. Okay. Look at the baby oil. How old were you when you began your relationship with Diddy? 35. Okay. So this seems to pretty much add up. He introduced me to gospel. You're drawn to providers. Okay. So, all right. Then we moved into my new home. All right. When you met Diddy in 2020, you were earning money as an Instagram influencer, correct? And you were also receiving $4,700 a month in child support? Jane said that's correct. Once you were with Diddy, did your influencing work change? Yes. I couldn't focus on my influencing work anymore. I felt like I only reached about 10% of my earning potential during our relationship. When I moved into the new home in April 2023, I thought if we got a place that meets Diddy's taste, maybe we could just start doing the hotel nights here in the privacy of our own home. So, Teeny asks, you and Diddy wanted to keep these hotel nights private? Yes. It was really important that nothing about the hotel nights got out. We didn't want the public to know, or even his employees to know about the entertainers. Question, had you done hotel nights at your previous apartment? Yes, we had. So one of the reasons you got the house was for that. And so your son could have a yard. Jane said, could you please say my child instead?
That's the same thing inner city press said.
Okay, fine. I'm showing the jury some of your text and audio messages with Diddy from March 2023, right after the Turks and Caicos trip. You testified earlier that during that trip, he surprised you with an entertainer and a hotel night, and this caused an argument. Yes, it really upset me, and it affected us for a few days.
Right.
But in the messages you two exchanged afterward, you both sounded affectionate. Diddy told you he loved you? Yes, he did, in a voice note. And he also mentioned something about a contract. What was that? He was referring to our love contract. After we agreed on it, he rented me a home for $10,000 a month. And your recorded message back to him, would you say you sounded happy? Yes. I told him I had so much fun on the trip and that I loved him and I felt closer to him. Everything just feels good and I'm so happy. That's right, I did say that. And I did have fun with him. Jane said, I was expressing love for the time that we spent together, except for the part involving the entertainers. I was trying to block that out, she said. When I moved into my rented home in April 2023, Diddy paid $40,000 up front to cover the security deposit and the rent. The landlord already possessed several months of rent, Teeny Garrigo said, in case Diddy ever decided to stop paying the rent, right? Yes, Jane said. Did Diddy indicate that he was also open to paying 3 more months of your rent, even though you were about to break up? Yes. Did you ever believe Diddy would stop paying your rent? Jane said, well, there were some times that I definitely felt he would do that. And he used it as kind of like a little tool. The rent was always just like a little reminder. Question, can you confirm the conversation you had with Diddy regarding your financial situation? Yeah, he asked me, you need 3 months rent? I told him I was struggling a bit. Okay, Teeny says. And what happened after that conversation? Jane said I confronted him later about some things, and then, out of the blue, he sent me $20,000. And question, did you solicit that money in any way? Jane said, nope. I did not ask for it. It was completely unsolicited. Next question, how did you use that $20,000? Jane said, I used it to buy some nice furniture for my hotel, for my place. Question, the court heard you sent Diddy a text after receiving the money. Can you describe that message? Jane said, yeah, I texted him to say thank you and called him baby. I was just grateful for the help. Okay, so to clarify, you expressed gratitude and used an affectionate term. Is that correct? Yeah, that's right. All right, next question. The court heard a voicemail from Diddy where he referred to you as Substance Pipe. Can you explain what he meant by that nickname? Jane said, yeah, it was just a playful thing from our trip to Turks and Caicos. We had a lot of fun and he gave me that nickname, Substance Pipe. Well, he said he had an addiction to my texts. It was mutual, just fun banter. Okay, next question. How did you respond to this voicemail from Diddy? I texted him back something like, haha, that's so real for the both of us. Definitely mutual. It's just like everything you said. I'm so thankful. So much fun. Turks was absolutely incredible. I'm so happy. So your response was positive then. You expressed gratitude and enthusiasm for the trip and the nickname. Jane said, yes, exactly. I was just happy to be having fun with it. The trip was amazing. And I wanted him to know I appreciate it. I appreciated it. So to confirm, this exchange was lighthearted and reflected a mutual enjoyment of the time you spent together. Jane said, yeah, it was all in good fun. We were just joking around and enjoying the vibe from the trip. Let me just make sure this isn't. Okay. Wait, hold on. Y'all blocking people? What happened? Okay. Looks like there's mods in here taking care of the trolls, so I'll keep going. Okay, next question. You mentioned things changed when Diddy started spending time with Young Miami. Yes. It became difficult for me. It was about 6 months to a year after we started dating. Let me just scroll down a little bit, make sure there's not going to be any pictures of something.
What you say, Real Magnolia?
Okay,
Carefree.
Wow, thank God for this person. I need to give them a follow. This is Jewel Mancy.
The delusion, honey.
Okay.
Some people like to be lied to. I've learned that.
Their relationship was very public. They posted about it. Oh. It was difficult for me, Jane said. About 6 months to a year after me and Diddy started dating, this became public. What made it difficult? Jane said, well, their relationship was very public and they posted about each other all over social media. And meanwhile, my relationship with him was very private.
Mm-hmm.
Tina Garrigo said, well, how did that make you feel? This is Diddy's lawyer asking these questions. Jane said it wasn't what I signed up for. I did not agree to date a man who was in a public relationship with somebody else. Next question. You testified that about a trip to Miami when you were still getting to know Diddy. Can you describe what happened during that trip? Yes. We were in Miami. He bought me a pair of shoes, a Bottega Veneta bag, Venetia, and a bracelet. I think the bracelet said love on it. During the trip, did Diddy discuss his lifestyle with you? Yes. He explained that he led a polyamorous dating lifestyle.
He was a hoe.
Next question. How did you react to that explanation at the time?
He was a hoe.
Jane said, at first I didn't mind. We were just getting to know each other, so it wasn't a big deal to me. Next question. But your feelings changed over time? Jane says, yes. As I developed deeper feelings for him, it became difficult. I was feeling my man and I wanted him to be mine. Okay, so you mentioned, next question. You also mentioned feeling there was an imbalance in how Diddy treated you compared to his other girlfriends. Can you elaborate on that imbalance? Jane said, yeah. I just felt like The way he treated me wasn't the same as how he treated some of the other women he was seeing. It felt unequal. Okay, next question. So just to clarify, your concerns about the imbalance arose as your emotional attachment to Diddy grew? I guess she said yes. Next question. Let's talk about your first trip to Turks and Caicos. What did you observe about Diddy on the first trip? So this is the 2021 trip. On the flight, Jane says, I noticed his hands were shaky. His eyes and teeth looked off, and even his coloring, it just seemed unhealthy. I could tell he wasn't taking very good care of himself. Next question. Did you suggest anything to him? Jane says yes, that he'd consider going to a rehab center in Thailand. Okay. Next question. So you knew early on that he was an addict.
A crackhead.
A D addict. It rhymes with rug. Jane said, in the beginning, I didn't really know how to label it. I just saw someone who was overdoing the partying. Next question. But later on, Jane says, well, as our relationship went on, I started noticing a very strong pattern. I still didn't call it addiction at the time. Now, I would say he was a rug addict, yeah. But back then, I just thought he was a really big party guy. Next question. Did you know if he was on any prescription medication? Jane said, well, toward the end of our relationship, I did find out he was taking antidepressants. And you wanted him off those substances? Jane said, yes. I wanted him to return to his natural form off of all medicines. He even told me once he was interested in trying K, horse tranquilizer therapy. The judge called for a break and the jurors left. Janice Combs, Diddy's mom, his sister, and 2 sons are seated in the row behind him. Mark Garagos was also or is also in court, seated in one of the defense rows. So one of the rows that's saved for like Diddy and his lawyers and stuff. He watched as his daughter, Teeny Garagos, questioned Jane. He just looks maniacal and diabolical, in my opinion. He looks like someone you can't trust. Sorry. It's my opinion.
So true.
Okay, then they were back. Shout out to this person, whoever it is. Cross-examination to resume shortly. Diddy has been conferring with his lawyers throughout the break. Okay, next question. Jane, would you agree that you willingly participated in the so-called hotel nights? Jane said, at the time, yes, but I felt I had to keep the relationship. But no one forced you to take part, did they? Jane said, no, not physically, no. Okay, next question. And you were aware that Diddy practiced a polyamorous lifestyle?
Sex trafficking can
Jane
be
said
voluntary too.
He told me early on, yes. Okay, next question. Yet you chose to stay in the relationship for quite some time. Yes, I did. My feelings for him kept growing deeper and deeper. Okay, next question. And during this time, he supported you. He paid your rent. He gave you gifts. He covered expenses. Yes, he did all of that. Okay, next question. Would you say he was that he was kind and generous at times? Jane said, absolutely. He could be very generous. All right. So your relationship, though complicated, it did have moments of affection and mutual agreement. Jane said, it did. But that doesn't mean it didn't hurt or feel controlling. Okay, I'm going to keep going, but I just want to scroll and make sure there's no spoiler pics or anything. Okay, cool. Okay, next question. During the hotel nights, did you and Diddy spend time alone together? Jane said yes. We usually would have about 30 minutes, maybe an hour alone before the entertainer came. And then we would have some time afterward too. And how did you feel about that alone time? Jane said, I actually really enjoyed it, especially when we would be hooking up. That part felt so intimate. So he gave you the attention you were seeking. Jane said, yeah. He gave me the affection I wanted during those nights. Okay, next question. Was that typical of him? Jane said, nope. He generally wasn't that affectionate, but on those nights, he was the most affectionate. Okay, next question. Were red lights and baby oil only used during the hotel nights? And Jane said no, they were not exclusive only to those nights. We would use those at other times.
Whack ass light.
Okay, next question. Where else? Where else were those used? The baby oil and the red lights. Jane said, well, he used them during our other SUL encounters, even in his private home, so it wasn't at a hotel. All right, cool. Next question. Were you aware that the hotel nights were being filmed? Jane said, yeah, and I was okay with it. Cool. Next question. And Diddy told you that the videos were just for the two of you, right? Yes, that is what he said. All right. And you put on a good show for him in those videos because you knew he would watch them again? Jane said, yes. Isn't it true that you enjoyed rewatching the hotel night videos with Diddy? Jane said, no, that's not true, girl. I did not like that part. Tina Garagos goes, but you still did it.
And
Jane said, yeah, it was just a part of the relationship. Something I tolerated, even if it made me uncomfortable.
she was with a weirdo.
Then Tina Garagos then told the judge that she might pause Jane's cross-examination at 3 p.m. today to give jurors a break, but she'll pick up again on Wednesday and then continue through Thursday. The main goal here, as we already have discussed, is to complete Jane's cross-examination by the end of Thursday, but Tina Garagos and them are going to be giving up. Diddy's defense team is going to totally be giving up their argument footing
Because
to
she
try
got
to say
a
they don't have enough time to do the cross-examination
She got
and
a
all of that because
vacation
they're willingly,
planned.
voluntarily saying we're leaving 2 hours early today. Okay, next question. Let's talk about those hotel nights. What was your understanding of why Diddy wanted them? Jane said, well, they were driven by his desires. I would label it as a cluck hold. And that's a man being turned on by watching his woman having relations with another man. That term was spot on. Okay, Jane, why did you participate in that? Jane said it was out of love. I wanted to please him. And did Diddy ever explain his motivations? Jane said, well, he likes to call it voyeurism,
he liked
but
to
I
fuck
would
his
use the
mama
word cluck myself.
because he liked to fuck his mama.
I also think there may have been some bi-curiosity involved. Clucks can be curious, but too afraid to act on it. Cowards.
He had been acting on it already.
Okay, next question. Did he ever stop a hotel night because you wanted to? Jane said, yeah. There were a few times he ended it early when I spoke up and I said I wanted to stop. And if you weren't comfortable with one of the men, he would dismiss them, correct? Jane said, rarely. Correct, but that only happens a few times. She said only after I already tried to interact with them SULE for some time, then only then would he be like, okay, fine, leave. But he was responsive when you were uncomfortable. Jane said, no,
Thank you.
not readily. I had to go through the motions first before he would consider letting them go. He would make her try first. Okay, next question. Let's talk about the 2 times you said you cried after a hotel night. Do you remember the first time? Yeah. It was early in the relationship and I cried because Diddy was about to leave right after the hotel night. Oh. Hold on, I lost my spot. And when you asked him to stay with you, Jane said he changed his plans. He stayed to comfort me. All right, next question. The second time you were in the shower together? Jane said yes. Somewhere in the middle of our relationship, I started crying in the shower after another hotel night. And was Diddy on substances at that time? Yes, he said he was. He told me, quote, you're going to ruin my on substance experience, and said he was too on substances to see me cry. Okay, Jane, Teeny
Blowing
says,
my high.
let's go back to your earlier testimony, these hotel nights, and as you also called them, freak-offs. Yes, Jane said. Teeny said, you described these nights as being driven by Diddy, correct? That's right. But there were moments, weren't there, when you had some say in how things played out? Jane said, of course, there were a few times that I voiced what I wanted or didn't want. Was it entirely without your input? No. Sometimes I was able to speak up, though it didn't always change the outcome. So sometimes I did have the option to put some input in, but it didn't change the outcome. It was still going to end up being what he wanted. Okay, now let's turn to these messages between you and Christina Karam. These were sent around the times he allegedly asked you to bring substances to Miami, right? Yes.
You sure this thing?
And you testified earlier
Oh no.
that you had a phone conversation with Christina Karam KK as well, right? During which she told you it was actually fine to bring those substances. She even instructed you to put them in your checked luggage. Jane said, yep. But the messages read here today, they don't mention her saying anything like that, do they? Jane said, no, they don't. But we spoke on the phone. She said it verbally. Obviously, she wasn't trying to put that in writing, stupid. She didn't say that part. That was me adding. When Christina Karam traveled with Diddy, do you know if she flew? When Christina Karam traveled with Diddy, did she fly on his private jet? Jane said, I don't know. I assumed she did, but I just couldn't tell you for sure. Okay, fine, cool. Next question. Would you describe your relationship with her as close? Jane said, nope, not at all. We were not close, and she did not like me. And how did that affect your relationship with Diddy? Jane said it made things really hard. She always was with him. I believe she had strong opinions about me, and those opinions influenced how Diddy treated me. 4 minutes ago, the judge called the lunch break. So let's look at, we have a lot of updates from, hold on, let me refresh. We have, I think, 3 or 4 updates from CNN. Shout out to NA for letting me know about that account. Let me go actually follow her right now. Shout out to her for her coverage. I'm saying her, it's like a cartoon picture. I don't know who this person is. If that's really their likeness or what. But shout out to them for the Diddy trial updates. Jewel. Okay. Okay, we actually have a lot of updates from CNN. I'll probably just go through lunch today instead of taking a break.
Well, y'all know I'm about to go to
Let me
bed,
get through
right?
this stuff and we'll see. I'll show y'all what I'm looking at. I'm just trying to find the most recent thing we read over here. Did we read this one?
I will be releasing you guys soon. It is 1:53 a.m. here in Korea. I'm grateful for these live updates. I'm also grateful that I was able to stay in a little bit longer, hang in a little bit longer. I've been sitting here coloring in my coloring book. Y'all know I'm a kindergarten teacher, so a lot of times I color too. And so I've been sitting here doing some therapeutic coloring in my coloring books while I've been listening to this crazy shit. Again, this is not for children, y'all. I'm gonna let her get through a couple of these updates, and then in about 7 minutes I'm gonna release you guys. Please go over and join that Surprise Witness TV. Let her know that DELACREMEDELA sent you. Let her know you're in the breakdown crew, and let her know I'm grateful for everything she's doing right now to keep us updated. But I'll let her go ahead and go through a couple of these updates before I release you.
Jane testified that she and Christina Karam were not close. She and Christina Karam were not close, and that Christina Karam did not like her. She said their dynamic was hard on her relationship with Diddy because Christina Karam, the employee, was always with Diddy. Quote, I believe she had very strong opinions about me, which influenced a great deal of how Diddy also treated me. 9 minutes ago, CNN.com, Jane answers questions about reaching out to entertainers. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos has been asking Jane about her interactions with certain entertainers who would be used during the hotel nights with Diddy, and about which ones she liked and reached out to for the encounters. Jane confirmed that she did find one of them handsome and also had chemistry with another one. I wonder if one of them's Antoine. That's what I want to know. Garagos returned, as Diddy's lawyer, returned to Jane's testimony about how they got involved with another adult performer, Sly. Okay. This is the one that apparently allegedly tried to, quote, extort. Tried to extort Diddy.
Really?
And Jane was saying, give me $10,000 for the tape.
That's
and then the media
it?
company bought it. He also goes by Cabral. They also would call him ATL.
That's crazy. These niggas didn't want no
So
money.
Diddy's lawyer, Teeny Garagos, returned to Jane's testimony about how they got involved with another adult performer named Sly. Jane testified that she and Diddy were watching Sly's corn videos one night before she reached out to him. And I want to know, does Diddy have access to the Cowboys and Angels? Like, how is this Cowboys and Angels going to come into play here? Because they keep mentioning it.
My pleasure, Faye. Thank you for still being here.
Garagos, Diddy's lawyer, asked Jane if she went on her own social media account to look up Sly's profile. Jane said, quote, with the encouragement of my partner. Next question was Garagos asked if it was Jane's idea to privately message Sly. Quote, given the context of what was happening in my relationship,
I mean,
yes.
I think that the reason why they were asking the question about whether or not her child's father saw her child was to really uncover the fact that P. Diddy and her did not have a deep, romantic, loving, committed relationship. I think that one of the follow-up questions might have been about P. Diddy's relationship with her son. And maybe they don't want to get into that because that'll open up a whole nother can of worms. But it doesn't sound to me like she and Diddy did very much family related stuff. Like, it doesn't sound like they went to amusement parks or on vacations with the kid, with the child, which is what she prefers for her child to be called. I'm gonna call him her son, because this is not a no judgment zone and it's already been revealed. But it doesn't sound like to me like they went on picnics, or like he took the baby to the park or decorated the baby's room. She had to beg him at some point just to put furniture in the house. And I wonder if any of that mattered to her, that you're dating this man who you say you love and you say he loves you, but y'all don't have no relationship with your son. She was too old to be making that kind of mistake. Go ahead, BJ.
He was trying to keep it a secret from Christina Karan because she wanted him to focus on the business.
Of course.
3 new updates from NBC. Fridays were a good day for Diddy to blow off steam. He called it F It Friday. It's when he would let loose and want to party really hard. 17 minutes ago, Jane spoke with Diddy chief of staff while transporting substances, she says. Jane testified that Diddy's chief of staff, KK, spoke to her on the phone on at least one occasion when Jane transported substances for Diddy. But text message exchanges were also shared between them, where the women were coordinating the travel arrangements, in addition to the speaking on the phone conversation they had. Speaking on the phone was not their standard method of communication. So yeah, KK's like, get on the phone for this one thing because we can't put that in writing, according to Jane's testimony. Jane also testified that communication with Christina Karan was a point of contention for her when she dated Diddy. Karan, or KK, was always with Diddy, and it became a difficult part of Jane's relationship with Diddy, she said. She told the court that Christina Karan had strong feelings about her, and that influenced how Diddy treated her. Jane invoked the names of basketball greats to talk about her life with Diddy. What?
What?
Jane testified that she invoked the names of 2 all-time basketball greats to describe her life with Diddy.
Oh, Wilt
And someone named
Chamberlain.
Paul. The 3 of them were the trifecta, Jane said.
Wilt Chamberlain, probably one of them.
I was Kobe Bryant and Paul was
Oh.
Shaq.
That's
Diddy was
crazy.
Michael Jordan. Don't you remember when Deontay
is
Nash was
corny.
on the stand and
That's
one of the
so corny.
lawyers, whoever was cross-examining him, I don't even remember, said, Michael Jordan, right? And then Deontay said, Michael B. Jordan. That is very important. Don't mix it up. What?
Michael Jordan. That's so corny.
She testified she invoked the names of all-time basketball greats to describe her life with Diddy and someone named Paul. 3 of them were the trifecta. So Paul was her favorite.
Ain't no telling.
I was Kobe. Paul was Shaq. And Diddy was Michael Jordan. What the f- is this? Court adjourns.
This is weird.
They're going to come back at 1:20. Let's go to Washington Post.
I'm trying to understand why we could hear about Johnny Depp's
With
situation
2 updates.
with that girl shitting on the bed. And that was all over TV. And they got footage and they still replay that shit. But why this is not televised?
This is 21 minutes ago, Washington Post. Allegedly asked Jane to transport substances on a plane for him. Okay, so Diddy asked Jane to bring some substances on a plane for him in the checked bag. And then there were some text messages between Jane and Diddy's former chief of staff, KK. Quote, she's not asking you to do it right here in these messages, right? Asked Teeny Garagos, apparently trying to distance Christina Karam from the illegal activities. I wonder if they're also representing KK. She says, he is going to have you pick up a package. She's not asking you to do it here, right? Asked Teeny Garagos. She says he is going to have you pick up a package. Karam, who has been mentioned by the government many times, may take the stand.
She better.
But to support RICO charges, prosecutors must establish a network or at least one other individual who was actually actively working with Diddy to commit these
KK.
activities. 16 minutes ago, Diddy role played as Michael Jordan. Oh my God.
Gross.
Diddy role played as Michael Jordan in Freak Offs. This is so freaking weird.
Weird.
Diddy and Jane would liken themselves to NBA stars when in the presence of one particular male escort, with Diddy playing the role of Michael Jordan, Jane testified this morning. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos prompted Jane to explain the nickname trifecta. Okay, so it was like, what is trifecta? Teeny Garagos is like, next question, what is the trifecta? This is a nickname used between Diddy, Jane, and Paul. Jane testified Diddy coined the term. In this trio, Jane was Kobe Bryant.
So fucking
Paul was
corny.
Shaq. And Diddy was Michael Jordan. Teeny Garagos leaned into these and other details of Jane's testimony that suggests a certain amount of affection between herself and some of the male escorts, such as Paul. This is all an attempt to undercut Jane's claims of ST. Jane was careful in her characterization of this relationship, telling Diddy's lawyer, quote, given my circumstances, if I had to do what I had to do, at least there was somebody who had a warm energy about them. Read another update just now, Washington Post, Anne Brannigan. Jane's morning cross-examination was amicable. as she and Teeny smiled and chuckled at each other's remarks at several points. The two are familiar with each other. Okay, good. So I'm glad Teeny is like at least not going like full Brian Steele, full Nicole Westmoreland, because this witness has been crying for 3 days on this stand. The two are familiar with each other. Jane testified Monday that she met with Diddy's lawyers multiple times after his arrest. In fact, Jane has testified it was... Ooh. Okay, this is new. Maybe I just missed this elsewhere, but Jane has testified that it was to Diddy's attorney that she first alleged Diddy once forced her to perform in a freak off immediately after assaulting her. This cross-examination is expected to go through Thursday, though it remains to be seen whether Tina Garagos is going to keep that friendly tone. Right, exactly. That's what I'm wondering.
They got to let her go because she got a trip coming up, an international flight to somewhere.
Let's go back to CNN. Okay, let's go to the Independent. Jane, okay. So we might have already read this actual post, but there's a link here, theindependent.com. They're talking about Jane says Diddy's chief of staff didn't like her. I believe she had very strong opinions about me, which influenced a great deal of how Diddy also treated me. Jane previously testified that she told Christina Karam she was afraid Diddy would release videos that he took during hotel nights, and Karam assured her that nothing would happen. Karam is the one that said, I'm going to hide the phones. But look at this. Christina Karam may take the stand later in the trial, according to the Washington Post. Oh, that's just their live coverage. So we did already read that. Okay. So they're citing to the Washington Post. Let's go to Sky News. All right. There's a few more updates from Sky News.
I think we got
Epic Friday was a chance to party really hard, Jane says. Discussing their use of rugs together, Jane says she took EX to help her get through hotel nights and that Diddy would take it to put him in a good mood when he was agitated and stressed from the day. She describes a tradition they had called Epic Friday. Maybe I did read this one.
You did.
Jane says that's when he would let loose and wanted to party really hard. She said the events would release pressure from various things in his personal life, and we would party big on Fridays. Jane says she transported rugs for Diddy multiple times. She says she carried the rugs twice for Diddy. And
thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Omega. Thank you both for asking people to like the video, to subscribe to the channel, to give to the Cash App, to everything you've done. Thank you, both of you, Danny and Lisa. I appreciate you both. Oh, wait, I hit the wrong button.
Diddy treated me. 14 minutes ago, Diddy was Michael Jordan. Basketball stars' names used for hotel night pseudonyms. Jane says. Jane has previously described her part in booking some of the male entertainers or escorts for Diddy's hotel nights. And on occasion, she says she objected to having relations with certain men, including one she said smelled bad and was sweating all over the place. Going through a list of escorts she used with Diddy, she agrees that Don was handsome with blue eyes, and Paul was really nice with a warm energy. She agrees that she had a great sexual experience with Paul. She also says the names of basketball stars were used as hotel night nicknames. She called herself Kobe Bryant, Paul was Shaq, and Diddy was Michael Jordan. She says their collective nickname was the trifecta. So they had a throuple nickname, y'all.
So weird.
Again, this is after the three basketball stars. Now, Jane describes recruiting escorts called Cabral, aka Sly, and Anton. That's the one that she saw having relations in this rapper hotel room. She also describes recruiting escorts Cabral and Anton after watching them on the pornographic website called Blacked.
So this nigga didn't introduce you to none of his friends. or his mama. The only people y'all knew together were prostitutes. And you thought that was your man. I can't let it go. The delusion. Where? Because he bought you gifts? Y'all, we got to teach our daughters that can't nobody love them like them. We got to teach our sons that can't nobody love them like themselves. All the energy, all the power, all the assurance, all the everything they need is right inside. Because this is crazy. Is she still muted? Hold on, I'm sorry.
I am seeing some gossip online that Inner City Press was kicked out of the courtroom. I think he would have said that if he was kicked out of the courtroom.
Right. He'd be walking down the street making a video.
Shout out to Robin becoming a member. Thank you. I love when you say stop it. Thank you for the $1.99. Being a baby. Shelly said, they need to leave Kobe out of this nonsense. I agree.
Okay. Please.
I
Kobe
agree.
said, I am not in this.
Yeah, he would tell his audience. He knows we read. I think he would tell. He left the courthouse. Yeah, he left the courthouse.
For lunch.
Ina Joshua. Where's the what syllables emphasized? Is it Ina Joshua or Ina Joshua? I don't know. Sorry. She says that Tia, I guess you mean Tisa, said that he had left the courthouse. He has not been seen in the past 2 hours. He probably had an appointment, y'all. He probably had an appointment or something. If he got kicked out, I think he would tell us. I think he would tweet about it. He could not be feeling well. There is something going around, y'all. I've been sick 2 weeks. I'm just starting to feel better. Something weird is going on, D Small said. Maybe not, y'all. Because, like, I had a family reunion to go to.
I was supposed to let y'all go 10 minutes ago.
I'm trying to turn my space heater off. Okay.
I was supposed to let y'all go 10 minutes ago. What happened? Hold on.
The year the stage got louder.
I don't know what the fuck just happened. I don't know what just happened. I think I accidentally hit the wrong button, which is probably my sister Karma telling me it's time to let this go. So let me get our next little piece of enjoyment queued up real quick. I think this was a substantial testimony. I think we're now seeing even more of a pattern with her and Cassie together, because a lot of the things she experienced, Cassie also testified to experiencing. Ooh, London Night 2. I was there, baby. I was there. I love these videos from the concert on Saturday night because I was there, honey. Anyway, shout outs to Beyonce and YouTube and everybody else who was there. All the other 69,000 people who were in the room. 50 Cent says she can't sell tickets. She sure did. We was in there, honey. All of us was in there. All 69,000 of us. Anyway, I just got distracted. Let me tell you, let's go taste the biscuit. How about that? I think it's time we taste the biscuit. I'm scared at how I'm not sleepy yet. I'm definitely going to be going to sleep though. When I get done with this, I'm gonna go take a shower, lay my clothes out for work tomorrow, and get ready for BE motherfucking D. Do you hear me? Yes, I'm yes. All right, let's get this going. Thank you, Kendrick. I appreciate you. Y'all know this is my song. We can't end the show without ending it right.
Would you like the rest of my sandwich?
I'm not homeless.
Hey, come on, grab your stuff. I got us a place to play.
What is it?
Oh, I don't know. It's a place called
Please
Dante's.
hit the
or
like
something.
button on your way out. Please leave a comment too in the
And
comment
they've only
section.
allowed us to do one song.
And share the
so
link
we gotta make it a
with
good
your
one.
folks.
Come on.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Don't get that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the butter spread. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the butter spread. To get your butter spread all on me. I don't like the way it mixes with my mac and cheese. Cause when you're at KFC, you got that special sauce to stir my curiosity. Just give me a 5-piece meal. Oh, what a deal. A big old box, it's all for me.
All for me, all for me.
You know I'll take coleslaw on the side. I could tell you wanted to try the potato wedges. Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Get your honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it mixes with my chicken wings. Get none of that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes on my chicken wings. Take us out, Moose.
Taste the biscuit.
Oh my God, this has been an interesting night of troubleshooting and technical difficulties. Y'all have no idea. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Y'all, I'm not playing this from any kind of playlist. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Okay, so this is a very special moment, and I'm going to tell you why. Oh, this is my daddy. Oh. I'm not playing this from any playlist. I just searched on YouTube, Taste the Biscuit. And this song is my father. This is my mother and father singing. Oh. Can we listen to this? Is it okay? Oh, shout out to my mom and dad. Rest in power. Oh. I better not get copyright for this shit. This my damn daddy. Oh. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, I'm crying. God damn it.
Yesterday I cursed my brother. Respect I never know. But somehow they all love me. They overlook my evil way.
my God.
Up in the storm, my lifestyle had to change. So now I know what makes a man. Only truth help me to see. For while traveling down life's highway, I met respect and honesty. My friend will guide my hand and help me rest in peace. He'll watch my eyes from my tongue. My friend is reality. Yeah, my friend is reality. My friend is reality. Yeah, my friend will guide my hand and help me rest in peace. He'll watch my eyes from my tongue. My friend is reality. Yeah, in the nights are long, my tears are flowing. My friend is
Oh, that's so special. Yeah, this is my mother and father. I tell you guys all the time they met. Whew, my mom and dad met in Hollywood. They were both entertainers. They started a record company called Time-O Records. It was for my dad's last name and my mom's last name put together, Tyler Moreland. And it also stood for Talented Youth Moving On. And wow, I was not expecting that. Wow. I literally just searched Taste the Biscuit and just played it straight from the search. I wasn't expecting that, but I'm grateful to my parents for showing up right now in this moment. Uh the way they always do, unexpected, man. I tell you what. I told you niggas only want to talk to you when they dead. What I tell y'all, niggas always want to talk to you when they dead. But shout out to my mom and dad. May they both rest in peace. Thank you for showing up on my show. I appreciate your support and your love. All right, y'all, I gotta go. That was too much for me. I wasn't ready for that. Ah. Y'all have a good night, or a good day rather. May it be prosperous and peaceful. I put something up on our Dela the Demon Whisperer. They got me all flustered. I put something up on. It's not over. Hold on. Sorry. Daddy said it ain't over. Let me let it play then. I'm sorry. I think I cut it off too early. Oh my God, this is my mom and my daddy singing together and their group. Oh shit. So the group is called Harold Tyler and Company. Let me let it go ahead and play then, and I'll tell y'all what I was about to tell you in a minute. My mom is singing background.
Someone else stop and realize could be running so many lives, and there's more.
Y'all hit the like button for my mom and dad, please. That's my mama. Oh my God.
I love so much, I'm sure gonna miss. Take your love and suddenly take your love and let it be. 'Cause a man can't live.
Good day to you too. Good night and good day to both of y'all. To everybody. I'm sitting here in tears, Lord.
What later can't you see? It's a boy and girl depending on me, and I'm sure there's someone depending on you. We gotta start this carrying on. We gotta leave one another alone. Though I know it won't be easy to do. You go your way, I'll go mine. 'Cause it's a fact you never let Maybe as time goes by, this feeling will pass. Hey. So take your love and set me free. Take your love and let me be. 'Cause a man can't live to the light. Now, baby. Take your love and leave me alone. Can't you see I'm tired of doing wrong, girl? Take your love and set me free, baby. Take your love and let me be. Yeah, you got a man now, I got a woman. So take your love and I'll get along, girl. Take your love and set me free, baby. Take your love and let me be. Yeah, I made a vow now, I'm gonna keep it. So take your love and let me be. Yeah, the midnight hour's not my time to cry night. But take your love.
For anybody who thought I was lying, I'm not lying. This is my mom and dad right here. They did have a record company that they started in like 1973. Two talented people, amazingly talented people, and I'm grateful for them with all of who they are and who they were. Anyway, what I was going to tell y'all real quick. Oh, my mom and dad, Lord. Oh, Jesus. What I was going to tell y'all real quick was I put something on our Dayla the Demon Whisperer um, um, community tab today that I want to just, I think it was today, that I want to share with you real quick. Something that is very, very important that I've had to learn. And it seems completely unrelated, but hopefully it gives you what you need when you need it. Whatever happens, instead of seeking revenge, seek prosperity. And you'll always have everything you need. Don't let yourself get tied to or connected to anybody in a negative way. Just allow everything to be transferred to you in a way that'll bless you, and then you have no bad karma on you. I just felt the need to share that with you guys real quick. I want to drop that on you. Anyway, I'm out, y'all. Have a good day. Bless you. Bye-bye.
That you was